What is up, friends? Happy Thursday, which of course means it is Overwatch time here in NECC. My name is Jeff. That's Billy over there beside me, giving you the crab wave. We were just talking about hermit crabs, so I guess that's where that came from. Sorry. Anyway, back on track. We got a host of games going on for you today. Should be some good ones, Billy.
Should be good ones right out the gate. Concordia and Arbor Cardinals up against Waynesburg University, both out of the Emergence Division here in the Mid-East. So we were talking about this before. Somebody's going to come out with the dub today. That's the big thing for these two teams. Both of them have faced the University of Louisville Cardinals, and they have had a rough time against them, both of them going down 0-3. The thing that I'm looking at right now is the amount of maps won. Only one map won for 2 games. One of them has not been reported for Waynesburg, and on Concordia, they had actually took a loss in week number 1. They went down 2-3 to Southwestern Michigan. So
yeah,
you were probably
so close.
thinking that they wanted to get that one back, but I don't know. I'm kind of looking. I'm kind of looking at these two teams and seeing. You know, I read the names a little bit wrong as well. I kind of got a kick out of myself. The crabs were in response to the Big Snacks crabs that they have named after dead rappers, and Tupac and Juice WRLD and Biggie. And that's what the crab way was for. I about died when he was reading that off to me. So, I mean, lots of personality on the field.
Yeah, I guess it's as good a segue as any. Might as well go ahead and take a look at our rosters here for our two starting teams. You're talking about both these teams dropping to Louisville. Louisville, the only team to be a perfect 3-0 right now, so a tough opponent in the number 1 seed that both these teams have faced. As we're looking at the other Cardinals roster, your Concordia roster we're going to see on the field today. And, I mean, both of these teams are new to NECC, so I'm honestly not sure what to expect. So my eyes immediately drawn to the 2 juniors on the squad, Ishmael and Bill Moore. Ishmael will be your starting tank here for Concordia, and I'm expecting her to step up and kind of lead this squad. The tank is not only the cornerstone around your compositions and around your executions in Overwatch, but being a junior as well, I think a lot rests on Ishmael's shoulders.
I mean, I always think of either it's going to be your flex support or your tank that's your IGL. That's your main shot caller going in. So, I mean, all things are going to run through Ishmael. Maybe not the ult tracking, and that'll probably lend to one of the supports, but definitely the charge will be led by Ishmael. I hope she has eaten her Wheaties today because, like I said, this is going to be, I think this is going to be a fantastic matchup between the two squads. If we take a look at Waynesburg's roster coming up next, we talked about the Big Snack sophomore there. We've got 3 seniors, though, Jeff, and hopefully the senior leadership is going to be able to carry Waynesburg through. But like I said, they've only won 1 map. Their week 1 result has not been posted as of yet. So we'll take a look. Baby girl on support. I want to see how she does. I think that would be a fantastic look for them. And also, we'll see how Plant Longshot is going to be able to take charge of the game, see how they match up against Ishmael. That's going to be a matchup I am always looking forward to. You and I we used to play so much tank together. Now we need to see, how this solo tank is going to go here for the Waynesburg Warriors.
Yeah, that tank matchup is definitely going to be the focus right out of the gate. Again, another new team here in Waynesburg. The Yellow Jackets making their debut in NECC. And it's been, as you mentioned, a bit of a rough go at the beginning. But, it's early on in the season. Still time to kind of find their rhythm, find their groove. Both of these schools, very, very small schools, under 2,000 student body for both of these schools, which means that it takes time for the synergy to build up and for them to kind of find their rhythm when competing, particularly against some of the larger schools like Louisville. So I have a lot of hope, and I'm anxious to see what these two teams have to offer today. Like you said, somebody's walking away with a dub.
I mean, I like the smaller schools for the fact that you do know everybody. And I think that could actually really play into their strengths. There might be a vaster player pool at some of the bigger colleges and universities. However, I think that with the smaller community, you actually know the people that you're playing with, other than just in game. You kind of know them outside. I think that it actually should work in people's favor, personally. But we'll see how it actually goes here today. Take a look at where we're going today. First map out of the gate. I think it's going to be Ilios, or is it Legion?
It's Nepal, actually.
It's Nepal.
You were close.
It's Nepal.
You were close.
It's one of the controls.
It is indeed one of the control maps. That is true. Fixed map poll here at NECC, so our teams know exactly what they're getting into for each match. As we just said, Nepal to start things off, we'll have Blizzard World for our hybrid, Havana for escort, Coliseo for push, and then Lijiang Tower for map 5 if necessary, Oasis if that map 6 becomes necessary.
I mean, I'm hoping that we go the distance.
Or is it Ilios? Oh. Now we're getting mixed signals here, Billy. We'll worry about those last 2 maps when we get there.
Yeah,
Who knows if we'll even need them? Yeah, we'll worry about that later.
Yeah, we'll worry about it later. Let's just see, what these 2 teams are going to bring to the battle here. I mean, Nepal, obviously you've got 2, very brawly points, and then you've got kind of like the clown fiesta with the pit of hell at Sanctum. So it just depends on what these teams are going to feel like running. I think that, at this ELO, definitely comfort picks are going to be where it's at. If you have some kind of skill, if you're more of a DPS tank, or you actually have the aim, I think Junker Queen could actually be a very good choice for one of these 2 tanks right now, with the increased speed and also with the healing that comes out with the commanding shout. I think that could be, a very aggressive playstyle, something that might catch people off if they're not expecting it. But, I mean, right now, major meta going on right now, at least in my ranked games, is Zarya with the Kiriko and sometimes the Baptiste and sometimes the Lucio. And then I've had a steady diet of Sojourn going on in my gold game. So the different the flex DPS on that or the projectile, it could be a Genji. I've seen a lot of Junkrat. I've seen a lot of Sombra paired also with the Sojourn, so that if they hit EMP and they go with the overclock into that, it is an absolutely devastating combo. Especially if people can hit their shots. Not very many people can in gold, but I'm one of them. I'm not going to go ahead and say anything otherwise, but I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of creativity the 2 teams come out with here, because like we said, somebody's coming out with a win, just not exactly sure as of yet.
Well, and in the Emergence Division, you're not necessarily meta-dependent, at least certainly not as much as you are in some of the higher-ranked divisions. You can rely a little bit more on comfort picks. So, they don't necessarily have to roll with what you've been seeing in T2 and T1 Overwatch play. You can fall more on what hero you perform best at. So that does leave some room for that creativity you're talking about.
Yeah, and that's what I'm really looking forward to, is to see what they're going to be able to do. My dogs are kind of over there wrestling right off the side of the camera here, and they're kind of roaring at each other. So I'm having to take a peek at them. But yeah, they're definitely going to be looking forward to seeing what kind of creativity come out. What do they feel most comfortable with? I wouldn't be surprised if I see a Mercy pocketed Pharah at some point, especially on Sanctum. We shall just see what's coming on with there and see if they're going to be able to counter it. Diva's actually in a really good spot right now as a solo tank as well. So absolutely. That's what the sky is the limit here. Your creativity can go off the charts here. Just need to see how they're going to filter into that.
We did get a bit of a last-minute substitution, so we'll have Alpha Romo coming in for Wolf Art Moon for Concordia. So they're throwing a last-minute sub in. And I'm not sure if that is for availability or perhaps a change of game plan as we're heading into Nepal from map number 1.
I mean, it could be. It could be just depending on what maps the personnel are comfortable with. I know that I personally do not like Nepal with the passion, especially.
I love Nepal.
I don't. It's so confined, and I know that it's king of the hill, but still, like there's something confined about Village that just gives me claustrophobia every time that I play the map. Like Sanctum's fine, Shrine is fine. There's lots of open air and stuff like that, but it feels like a tomb there on Village on the point because it's all closed off and there's only 2 ways in and out. And yeah, I do not like it. And we're going to start off on Shrine. So here, taking a look at what the 2 teams are flashing us here. Alpha Romo taking a look at the Zarya right now. So Ishmael is actually not going to be on tank. Ishmael's actually going to be on DPS. She is going to be picking up the damage here. It looks like Plant No Shot is going to bring out the Winston. So Winston Zap, Winston Jump, and see what can get done here. This is actually going to be a good matchup for a Zarya player. If you can get that, if you can manage your bubbles correctly, you should be riding a pretty high charge throughout the map.
And that was, remember, Alpha Romeo was that last minute sub they threw in. So to immediately put him on tank and move Ishmael over is a pretty big change into what they've at least shown us what they like to run. But it's 2 quick picks right out of the gate. Waynesburg, Sundance on the Farah, immediately finding both by Lore as well as Ishmael. And that's an absolute first cap. Easy done. Percentage building here for Waynesburg.
Oof, and I mean, this matchup here for NECC on the Genji, running into a Winston, not necessarily good, especially if the bubble is put over the top of the Genji. Healing's not going to be able to get in there. The Tesla's going to automatically lock onto him. That should be about a 2.5-second burn down.
Wow, Ishmael with a vengeance. Yeah, 2 quick kills. NECC going in, trying to finish off Baby Girl. Baby Girl dancing around a little bit, but still doesn't have much health. NECC returns to finish off what they started. And this is the Cardinals, looking like they're going to come in and retake. Jedi Galaxy tried to get out of there. Oh, he's going to end up getting staggered in the end.
Oh my goodness. NECC and Ishmael just popped off there in that fight. Both of them combining for the 5 of those kills. So, I mean, fantastic work out of the DPS duo here for Concordia. Now they're starting to grab a little bit of that progression towards the 100%. Barrage is online, especially with the damage boost. This could be an absolutely fatal combo.
Yeah, there's a Nano Blade available for the Cardinals, though. Well, at least will be shortly. Asthmatic trying to get that last 10% necessary, and you can see NECC up here holding Waynesburg back on the high ground. So Nance is going to emerge, start putting pressure down. Their main threat in Ishmael Soldier's gone. Now the Barrage is going to find both supports. Sundance just peeking around the corner to lay down the maelstrom of missiles. And Waynesburg move in and swiftly, I say Waynesburg, it was Sundance, moved in and swiftly found a 3-piece to flip this thing back over.
Yep, that's fantastic work out of them. And you do see the echo or the mirror now coming out of Waynesburg. They decided to go ahead and run into this Zarya mirror. Working very fast, getting up to 65% after swapping off of Monkey to do that. And Sundance has absolutely found the range with those rockets, has been landing them with a pretty good rapidity here on top of Concordia. So I'm looking for, them to press the Q button at some point. I think it was smart for them to wait and hold their ultimates going into this next fight. They got up to 60%. I think Nanoblade right now is where they need to watch.
Yep, there it is. Fade out of Jedi Galaxy is going to get them out of harm's way. So NECC turns their attention to the supports. Slices through Baby Girl, now gets through the bubble and try to finish off Planet Longshot before they get this Graviton Surge up. But Ishmael dies once again early in the fight. We've got a 4v4 here on the point. Make that a 5v4. Flips right back. NECC gets sacrificed to get Baby Girl back in the fight. Jedi Galaxy makes that sacrifice all worth it as they take Alpha Romo out of the fight.
Yep, that should do it too. There's going to be a last-second touch that'll be available to Concordia, but I think that they should be able to get there in touch. I guess not. Nope. They didn't have anybody there. I thought they had somebody running around there. I thought it was Ishmael kind of running towards the point, but back and forth action there. The one Barrage really turned the fight and turned the fortunes in favor of Waynesburg there. Sundance has shown a pretty good mastery here in this elo of the Farah. The pocket was good. Got to give a huge shout to the Big Snack there for that. Making sure that the winged Canadian flyer is up in the air. So, yeah, we'll see what we get out of Concordia here coming up next, because they didn't deal with the aerial threat and they didn't deal with the Reaper either, and that's 2 big things that they just did not take care of on their way to making a loss there. So let's see what they got here on Sanctum. I like Plant Longshot coming out with the Orisa, the Battle Cattle coming out here. My donkey horse, I love her. I love the changes they made to her, and we'll see how she works up against this Roadhog.
Yeah, Alpha Romo coming out on the Hog with Ishmael on the May. So an interesting combo. Wall used early here from the Cardinals, and the hook is going to whiff on Baby Girl in the back. Planet Longshot trying to establish a position. He gets left as soon as that halt wears off. Oh, this Javelin's going to send Alpha Romo off the side. They didn't even use the halt icon. I don't think I've ever seen that before. But it was a Javelin, make no mistake. That sent Alpha Romo into the depths of Sanctum, which means there's just no staying power here for the Cardinals. They're going to go ahead and make a swap.
Yep, it's all about recognizing when you've got the fight loss, and Alpha Romo came out and tried to alpha with the Hog, and While Hog's not necessarily in the worst place right now, there's too much to counter him right now, especially with the with the fair in the sky. I mean, unless you land your hook every single time on the flyer, you're not going to have exactly what you need to be able to get through it. So, yeah, I think right now a big difference is the fact that Sundance has just not been tamed out of the skies, Jeff.
Yeah, Ishmael's gone over to a Reaper. It's not really going to help in that regard. So it's going to be trying to focus down, playing that long shot, see if they can get the Orisa out of the way. I say that. The Cardinals are running around the right-hand side. The magnetic grenade does finish off the Pharah, but the res is real. No! The big snack didn't quite get that res off. Baby Girl very low, and Ishmael trying to go hunt him down, but a beautiful ante is going to finish off Ishmael. Nicely done, as Baby Girl had about 30 health and still able to keep composure and take Ishmael out of the fight. And now it's become a battle for this left side, as Sundance throws down the barrage. Nathlek falls to that ultimate, and it's a chase on the Bylor here for some cleanup. Waynesburg hanging on.
I mean, this has been pretty comprehensive here on Sanctum. Once they took the initial fight, Planet Longshot just had an absolute feast with Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo's not getting much done. Look at the ult percentage, and that's after a swap as well. Just really being diffed by the tank and the supports right now.
Ooh. Ishmael falls early. Nathlek trying to bring it back. Will find Sun into the sky. Falls up with a good shot on the big snack. So, res not on the table anymore. Follows up with a good kill. Here we go. Nathlek popping off. And in the last opportunity here for Ann Arbor to grab this point, Nathlek's just going to come through and kill everybody.
I mean, you'll love to see it. The Cassidy definitely doing the job that was needed to be done, which is taking the pharmacy combo out of the sky. They took down the stick there, and then moved forward and just really claimed all the space that they needed to. And I mean, that's exactly what you want out of your Cassidy, taking the flying threat out of the sky with that hit scan prowess. You'd love to see it, but where is this terror surge going to go, Jeff? How long did they hold on to it? They missed with the javelin.
Molten Core comes out. It is going to force back. Alpha Romero dies trying to retreat out of that Molten Core, but it's a trade and there's no more tanks left on the battlefield. Ishmael just playing Guardian here. That's a dangerous res from Big Snack. They're able to get it off. Fortunately for them, Ishmael was distracted here with the turret and the Torb down in the small room. Playing a long shot, able to find two with that Terror Surge. And yeah, you got to try. It's your last opportunity. Ishmael just gets pushed off the map.
Yep.
That Javelin spin is such a hard counter, Jet Blossom.
It really is. I mean,
touch. Oh!
I thought the touch was going to be there too. But
Alfa Romeo was so close. So close.
I want to call him Alfa Romeo too, the Italian car company, because they need to go fast, but didn't happen. So Alfa Romeo not getting what they needed done there. But Nathlek actually showing some prowess here. Take a look at this combo as they start landing their shots to get the Deadeye out first. It takes the Pharaoh out of the sky, gets the long-range shot there, and then finishes off the Torbjorn here and the turret as well. So not too bad, and then gets a sticky as there well. You will see after that they landed the magnetic grenade onto Planet Longshot. And took him out of the fight there, but then you saw the res come in. They didn't guard the corpse to allow for the res to come in from the big snack. Big reason why they stayed in is that they had that res available pretty much on cooldown whenever they needed it. And, you saw the discipline there. You saw, it came swooped in on Valkyrie, got the heck out of there once they confirmed the res. And, yeah, pretty good showing there from Waynesburg for this first map. Now, we'll see, is there going to be a little bit of change here? Does Ishmael go back to tank position for this next map, or do we see the same thing going forward? Because, the shots were being made by Ishmael. I mean, they actually were getting a lot of value done with both the Soldier and the Reaper. So, there are good positives from both sides. Let's just see how map number 2 goes.
It does make you wonder why the Concordia team decided to switch up who their tank player was going to be, at least from what we've been shown, from what they traditionally, and from Ishmael traditionally being on tank. Because Planet Longshot was having a field day. Planet Longshot was controlling a lot of the space in both maps. The Roadhog, I think, was an ambitious pick to try to find some early kills. When that didn't work out, Concordia was on the back foot for the entire rest of the sub-map. They were playing catch-up the whole rest of the time.
Right, and I think that, taking a look, especially with Blizzard World concerned, Zarya doesn't get the same amount of value. So I'm not sure if we're going to see that happening moving into this next map. If we're going to see another Zarya-dependent tank line from both sides. I think right here, you can run the Orisa, you can run the Monkey. Sigma is actually a really good choice here for holding corners, You've got there's no reload on your hyperspheres, and gravitic flux actually gets a ton of value here because you actually can throw them way high in the sky ceiling, and just get the maximum value out of it. I really like Sigma on this map, so I'm looking at that. Looking at also Alpha Romo coming out and Wolf Art Moon coming back in. So Ishmael is back to tank. We're going to stay on the same side, so we will see Waynesburg coming out on the attack, and we'll see Concordia defending first.
And we did see Planet Longshot kind of tease the Winston there early on Nepal, so it wouldn't surprise me to see Waynesburg come in and try to use the Winston here. There is a lot of high ground you can bounce between. I mean, Winston is very strong against a lot of tank, against a lot of matchups in the tank department. So that one wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Zarya seems to work well almost anywhere. There's very few exceptions to where the high ground is more important than just the sheer firepower that Zarya can output.
Yeah, I mean, you could actually hold high ground on both first and second points. Not really much of a place to do it on third, which is why I think that holding with the Sigma, that's why I think Sigma is the better choice here. Just because of the versatility that he brings, because you can contest high ground. You got almost the same amount of firepower going through. It's just not the ramped up charge once you get that Zarya energy up to 100. But the other part of the kit is the accretion, taking care of, because we saw the Ana being run, right? So we want to see the sleeps being eaten. We want to see these projectiles being eaten. That's why I think that a little bit more damage mitigation, a little bit more steady output of damage is what I'm looking for from the tank line. I think that's where unless you're at the highest levels, I don't think that Zarya has to be the DPS player that everybody else wants it to be. I think that if you can hold strong, calm, and steady with your tank line, I think that's the best part.
As I mentioned, Blizzard World here from map number 2. Cardinals starting off all the defense, and initial moving to tank. She is bringing out the Zarya here. So no big surprise on that one. The Moira actually is the standout pick here for this defense. Bylor is going to have to be very careful with their fade and with their positioning, because that Moira could just be so easily picked off after the fade has been used. Planet Longshot, indeed, coming out with the Winston.
Yeah, I like this. I like this pseudo dive. I mean, this is almost a full dive, just with the Zenyatta
this is full
in
dive.
there. I mean, the Zenyatta over the Moira is the only change. Oh my goch, big snack. Hello.
No, you definitely want to run the Zen for the discords.
Yeah.
An important aspect for those dives. Yeah. It's a greedy dive, but it's working out well as the speed from Waynesburg Assault just overwhelms the Cardinals here on point A. This is going to be a lickety-split take, and they're going to get this cart on the road. I will say, not a lot of healing available for this Lucio Zenyatta composition. Kind of greedy, Billy.
It is greedy. I mean, the only time that you would ever want to amp is when you're amping heals. You don't need to amp speed in. Just the speed boost right now. We're turning it over to speed right now is enough speed to get on top of the Cardinals. Definitely. So, I mean, right now, speed is the name of the game. I mean, lightning fast take of first point. You can't do it much faster. Now what we need to see is how much does Jedi get done in the back line. Herring, Billor, and Asthmatic. That's what I'm really looking at. There we go, right into the back line.
Maybe we get a little bit of damage done before being forced to use that recall. HDK Asthmatic trying to desperately keep the Sojourn alive. Can't do it. Nathlic's going to eventually fall. It was a headshot from the big snack that finished off that kill. And the Cardinals trying to push forward, but Jedi Galaxy gets caught out. Good focus fire from the Cardinals as they're able to turn around and take care of the Tracer. Now they're free to put their energy forward. Planet Longshot was getting a little bit of cleave in, and a nice bio-nade on the baby girl. They are going to find that kill despite Wolf Art Moon going down. Cardinals are in command for the moment.
Yeah, this is definitely a good corner hold here coming out of the Cardinals. And I gotta say, Ishmael's bubble management has been extremely good here. Gotta watch for that Winston jumping on top of you, though.
Winston is very low, but it is close to primal, which means Planet Longshot will get more aggressive with the back of that. So Nitz goes down 99% to Blade. Very good start to this next fight here on point B. They're trying to burn down Planet Longshot. Just keep that Winston at bay. Good job from the Cardinals rotating out, using using all the angles they can to try to pressure out Planet Longshot. Bubble in the back, still a lot of folks going down, but meanwhile, it's the Cardinals who are finding the picks on the outside. There you go, beautiful shot on a Jedi Galaxy. Means another fight win here for Concordia.
Yeah, 2 minutes off the clock now as well, Jeff. That's the big point that I want to look at, is that they have really turned this time advantage a lot better into their favor. They are facing 5 or almost 4 ultimates here coming into this fight against Waynesburg. So you've got the Nano. You can hold it. I think that you actually want to throw this onto a Nano Blossom, because you're going to be able to really deal with the damage and the focus fire that'll be coming from Wolfheart Moon.
So Nance is going to go ahead and pull out the blade, goes in the back. Nothing else with it. Doesn't need it. Chops through. Wolfheart Moon. Coalescence from the defense of the Cardinals, trying to bring it back. It does force up both support ults from Waynesburg. I think they were hoping they could hold on to those, but I will to get both of those out. So we'll see if the Cardinals can get this on a retake. There's still time.
I mean, they got Nano Blossom to contest here. If they need a touch, there's not going to be a touch.
Oh, Wolfheart Moon teleported to the high ground, trying to drop down. Just not quite there in time. A millisecond away from getting the contest. And now it is searching for all the exit kills that Waynesburg can pick up. Bionade from HCK Asthmatic will not be enough to keep them alive through this fight, but a late pick on the Planet Longshot will slow things down here just a little bit, allow the defense to reset.
Nice bit of escape there, but not good enough. Jedi Galaxy says, yeah, nice dancing there, but I'm just going to hit you between your eyes and take you out of the fight. Still holding on to Nano and Blossom for this fight. Ishmael, right now, I think that running the Diva might be the better choice here to deal with the shurikens coming in and this constant spray coming out of the pulse rifle from Jedi Galaxy. They just haven't been able to deal with the damage yet.
Yeah, Ishmael agrees. So go ahead and make that swap on over to the Diva. Nano Boost online, ready to go. Death Blossom goes into the back. No Nano necessary as Jedi Galaxy goes down. Planet Longshot gets taken out by Nathlik, who's gone over to a May. And that is just a good job out of the DPS. They're quick, they're decisive, and they plant their feet here in Point C.
I love it. I love the swap there to the May, even though I do not like playing against her. I think it's a very smart swap over here. Obviously, the walls are going to have to be timed and measured in the right way to prevent not only damage coming in, but also to cordon off people going in. But big Bionade coming in from Asthmatic.
Yeah, but Asthmatic falls, unfortunately. Bylor's not looking much better. Sundance is going to finish that one off. That's both healers, both supports falling under Sundance's sword, or at least the shurikens. This is kind of dwindled down to a 2v1. No, it's a 3v1 here. You can see the shots from the Lucio supports there. 2:22 on the clock, sight set on the back of Point C.
I mean, right now, Blizzard is actually going to be available. I just got to make sure that they don't hit it with a deflect.
Oh, nice sleep on the Wolfheart. The ante is there as well. The Reaper didn't stand a chance against that back line. Blizzard is placed a little bit too far in front of the cart. Everybody's able to back up now. It does cordon off Jedi Galaxy, who was trying to attack Visor from the flank. Here comes Sundance from the front with the blade. The Dragon Blade's going to pick up two, as Asthmatic and Nathlik fall to that sharpened sword. Now trying to just push Wolfheart Moon back. And Nano was invested as well on the Planet Longshot. Now Big Snack is out of the fight, but Waynesburg continue to find the pick, so the lack of sustain will not be an issue as they cap Point C with a $1:38 left in the clock.
That was just measured aggression that came out from Waynesburg there. Decent amount of hold there from the Cardinals on Point 2, though. Point 2 is where they really made their stand. They held their nerve. They withstood quite a bit of ultimate combos that came through their way. So I think, the Diva seemed to be working a little bit better. I'm not sure with the double main support coming through here for Cardinals. I think running the Ana and the Moira, you don't have a defensive ult. And conversely, looking at what Waynesburg just did, they had 2 defensive ultimates at their beck and call until we saw the last minute switch from the Big Snack onto the Ana. They had, Transcendence and Barrier pretty much whenever they needed it. And they really took a smart view into the fight. So things to take away here for the Cardinals. Diva over Zarya, yes, I like it. I also like the fact that, we saw some real adaptability that came out from Nathlik. Bringing out the May there actually slowed their progress a lot more. Did they have a wonky blizzard? Yeah. I think you actually could have held on to it a little bit longer. You could have gone into Ice Block and held it and got your health back up and then launched it in there and got more value out of it. But it still was a smart swap as far as the composition that was running into them. So Waynesburg, you know, they've got a pretty healthy time bait coming in here. And now it's all about the Cardinals being able to echo what we just saw Waynesburg do. And it looks like they're going to bring out a little bit of a diva variant of a dive here. I don't hate this in the slightest.
I'm not crazy about the support line. I think the Cardinals may struggle. This is a very up-close and personal rush, death ball kind of support line. And your DPS are obviously heavy flankers. So a lot invested into Ishmael. I expect those two supports to just hold Ishmael's hand through all of these engages. Be right at their side to spin out when the flight isn't online. And to keep that tank killed up while the two DPS try to move in, as we're watching Nathlight do right now. Into the back. Baby girl goes down. Ishmael presses through the front. And this is a nice little pincer move coming out of the Cardinals. Planet long shot is not long for that mech. Ooh, and a nice little finish onto the big snack.
Yep, that'll be point A. Taken here by the Cardinals. Not nearly as fast as what we saw in Waynesburg. I think maybe 15 seconds less. We'll see when it ticks over. I think it was 5:28 that we saw Waynesburg do it on their turn. So we will see what comes out from the Cardinals here. It looks like it's going to be 5:24, so only 4 seconds slower than what we saw Waynesburg. And now they've got the mobility as well. So that's the big thing that I'm looking at right now is both teams have a little bit more mobility. Longshot going over to the Zarya here. So they're going to look to burn the Diva mech of Ishmael down. But you're going to get a reset once they get that self-destruct online, Jeff. So, you know, high ground right now at a premium. You can see them trying to hold here. The big difference also is that the Big Snack is running the Mercy. So you're going to have the damage boosted Ash as well.
Yeah, it's something Nathlight needs to be aware of. And Nathlight has got a lot on their shoulders. The Genji has to find value in this kind of a composition, in this setup. Nathlight going in for the hunt. That is all 5 players of the Yellow Jackets. Defense waiting for them on the high ground. Nathlight's going to drop back down, try to build up towards the rest of this blade, and that should be the engagement tool for this fight. But Waynesburg just decided to drop. They put pressure onto Ishmael, and Ishmael's gone very low. 1 health for Ishmael, does get DMEC, but Nathlight has moved in on the back. Nice res denial coming out from Nathlight as they do indeed find the pop-off kills they needed to continue pushing this cart forward. And now Nathlight has the Dragon Blade ready to go for next fight.
Yeah, and they don't even have to spend anything here. That's the other big part of this fight is that you're going to have 5 ultimates going into this fight. Bob, though. Bob is going to be the big question. Can you take down Sundance fast enough before they can build up to Bob? That's the big question that's answered. I think that Bob's going to absolutely be available in this fight.
Well, Big Snack has made the swap over to the Brig to try to deal with Nathlicht's Genji, off of the Mercy. They do get the contest in time, and here comes that Bob you were talking about. Bylor goes down, not able to drop that sound barrier. Cardinals only invest 2 ult, maybe even 1 ult in that fight. Now, I suppose it's 2. The percentage does reset once the pilot Diva dies, so self-destruct and pulse bomb used.
Well, I mean, it was a really economical fight for Waynesburg. They just had to throw the Bob in, and now, you know, they're taking a look at everything else that they've got online. They've also swapped over to the Brigitte. So they want to get up close and personal. They want to go in with their Zarya and just flail around. You've also got the bonus CC damage there going in with that Nano Gate or Barrier Engage.
Yep, the blade is in. Jana Galaxy falls. That Brig also theoretically very good at helping deal with fending off the Genji, but Nathlight has been a thorn in their side throughout this entire map and continues to dance around him here on the back line. HCK Asthmatic able to finish off 1. Planet long shot falls, and this is going to be point B capped.
Yeah, a bit of a DPS Moira moment there for Asthmatic. There was people going very critical, and no, we're just holding left click there to suck everybody down out of their health. Now, you see the May swap here, Jeff. So immediately value being seen from that.
Yeah, I think Nathlight got a little bold, was trying to chase some exit kills, and just went into a 1v3 in that small room with a May and a Brig. Did not go in Nathlight's favor, as you can well imagine.
No.
Coming up with this next fight, it's going to be a Coalescence to start things off here in the back. Just waiting for the right time to pull the trigger on that. Cooldowns are out. Ice Block is out from Sundance. Oh, and Asthmatic being very patient with this Coalescence. I expected it to come out a little bit sooner, but Nathlight falls. Now that has been the tip of the spear here for this attack, and they no longer have that. Jelly Galaxy trying to drop down and find some squishies. Ishmael trying to dance around, see if they can get enough of that defense matrix up to deny the auto aim of the tactical visor. Finally, the Coalescence does come out to try to escort Cardinals forward, and it's an absolute bloodbath on the point. Fortunately for Ann Arbor fans, it's Concordia who are able to find the kills and stand victorious on the top of this slugfest of an engagement.
What a pitch, Kobe! Going through. Oh no, the Blizzard though. The Blizzard is the ultimate.
I don't think it's enough.
I don't think so either. I think the NECC and company are gonna. Well, I say that as the wall comes up, and the contest is still there.
If they get the kill on the May, yeah, there we go. So it's just kind of 3v1s. So they had to actually separated themselves from their ally Jedi Galaxy with their own wall. Now, as Ishmael returns, sound barrier is out, and Nathlight pulls out the katana, goes into the back, looking for the brig. Rally is up, and that's a lot of health to chop through. Eventually, will whittle down Jedi Galaxy, but it's a 1-for-1 trade in the DPS roll. Nathlight getting topped up, getting ready to go back in. Meanwhile, Ishmael's going to have to use a self-destruct just to get the mech back. A moment of respite for both of our teams. Cooldowns come back, and there they go. And throwing haymakers back and forth. As Asthmatic takes out their counterpart. Nathlight and Sundance trade in the back. That is going to favor the defense. The Cardinals really need that Genji alive on the front line. Otherwise, they're just not going to have the punch and power to get through this defense.
I mean, the Brig Eater right now, the Big Snack is absolutely having a heyday with that. I mean, Ishmael is starting to pop off. Wolfheart Moon, 7 health and a dream. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Ishmael's going to fall. Wolf Art Moon not able to get topped up, and eventually the Yellow Jackets will just outlast their opponents in that fight.
Oh, man. Coalescence available to Waynesburg in this next fight. Actually available to both Moiras here. So, let's see. Wolf Art Moon, I want to see where they go with this Pulse Bomb, because you got to watch out for the defense matrix of Plant Longshot, and you've got oh, never mind.
Well, you're not going to get a chance. But who do you pulse bomb on this squad? You pulse bomb the Zarya, and there's Bubbles. Sundance Ice Block. Jedi Galaxy has Wraith Form. Baby Girl can fade. Big Snack has a shield. Who do you pulse bomb on this team? Here comes the Blizzard and the Death Blossom from Waynesburg, and the Yellow Jackets will win that fight with a nice combo of their DPS ultimates.
Well, I mean, they held on to both their support ultimates. I mean, Baby Girl came into that fight with the Coalescence and had the patience and the real wherewithal not to press the Q button there. So they've got lots of staying power into this, what could be the final fight here, the final good fight for the Cardinals.
37 seconds. Last opportunity indeed. Wolfheart Moon trying to decide which difficult opponent to try to throw this ultimate down onto. Big Snack falls. +1 to the offense. The Ice Block is going to protect against the Pulse Bomb. No joy there. Coalescence out from the defense and trying to just fill the void while the Big Snack respawns and comes back with that rally. Everybody from the Cardinals getting very low and playing a long shot. Able to use that wall to help melt Ishmael. 7 seconds on the clock. This is going to be a tough one to touch. Wolfheart Moon has got to get there to contest this card. Either that or Bylor. Somebody's got to touch this card. Nobody can get close. Oh, they got it. Wolfheart Moon able to get there, but they sacrifice themselves to happen. It's matter in the end. It's going to be Waynesburg taking Blizzard World in a 2-0 lead in our series. The Yellow Jackets are on match point.
Ooh, I mean, they're looking pretty cool, calm, and collected right now, Jeff. They had the ultimate rotation in their favor. The economy has been fantastic from them in this series on a whole. They don't panic Q very often, and you love to see that because it just shows a nice steady mind. Gosh, that Blizzard was everything that they needed right there. What a smart pick coming out from Sundance. So as we head into our first break here, Waynesburg definitely holding court here over Concordia. Concordia, they've had their moments where they look absolutely flawless in this Elo, and it just seems to be an answer back coming out of Waynesburg so many times, and I just I feel for Concordia because you can see them putting the parts of the puzzle together. You can see them pushing together. You can see that they've got the order of operations, and then something gets thrown into the wrench by Waynesburg, and then the whole Jenga tower comes tumbling down. So, I think that, singular pop-off moments, fantastic from both teams. I just think that the team play right now definitely is in favor of Waynesburg. I think that Concordia does have the team play to be able to bring it back and take a map or two off of Waynesburg, you just got to have that discipline. You got to have the ultimate discipline, because there's a couple times where they put double support ultimates out and they didn't get any joy off of it.
Well, we are going to head to an intermission, as Billy just mentioned. But when we come back, we're heading to Havana to see if Concordia can pick up the pieces. We'll see you there in just a few. Waynesburg Yellow Jackets up 2-0 here at the half. It's been a pretty dominant performance led by Planet Longshot with a spectacular display on a multitude of heroes. It has been quite the variety. We've seen Arisa, Diva, Zarya, as well as the Winston coming out from Planet Longshot. They've all looked really good, Billy.
They really have. And I mean, all things go through the tank. And definitely has been leading the spear in to poor Concordia. I think right now Havana is going to present its own issues here for Concordia. Definitely, you have your choice of tanks once again here. Sure. The Zarya can run very nicely here. Now, if we see some kind of aerial threat, you want to swap out to the Diva immediately, or you want to bring out somebody that's going to take care of the aerial threat. But seeing what we've seen out of Planet Longshot so far today, I mean, it just depends on what they feel like running, because so far they have not made very many mistakes in the leadership, in the tip of the spear role as the tank today. Also got to throw it out to the Big Snack. The Big Snack has just been absolutely on fire, whatever they have decided to play. I really like the Brigitte there on point 2 and 3 of Blizzard World from them. So Concordia, if I'm looking at what they've been running so far, the Tracer just doesn't get enough done. I think you need a little bit more burst damage to be able to take down some of these more squishy targets that we are seeing coming out from Waynesburg. Waynesburg could actually be really taken advantage of if you throw a Sojourn into the mix, at least slow them down a little bit with a Disruptor, and then go in and confirm those kills. So that's what I'm looking at from Concordia. I want to see if they have, it in the hero pool to be able to swap out and get in there with that,
right?
Because they had a pretty good Genji. I mean, the Genji was pretty good for them.
Oh, I say that was a star. That was a highlight.
Was a star for them.
Nathlek was doing a lot of work.
Yeah, so Nathlek, stay with the Genji. I don't hate the Genji pick here on Havana, especially being able to get up high to start raining shuriken damage in from on high and force those resources out of Waynesburg. That's going to be another additional tip to your spear to be able to take them down and get a map on your favor.
I think if you're going to run the Genji, you need something to escort the Genji in on a map as big as Havana. You have some long sight lines. We've already seen the Ash come out from Waynesburg. We know that's in the wheelhouse. Could really make a Genji's life difficult in trying to close that gap on some of these long streets. So what that means is you're going to have either Bubbles to escort him in, a Diva to fly in with them, a Winston to engage for something to get that space. Otherwise, Nathlek won't even be able to get close.
That's the big question, though. Does Ishmael have that in their wheelhouse? We know they have the Diva, and the Diva did not look bad there on Blizzard World. So I think that, that might be a key to unlocking how to take care of Waynesburg is if you're going to run the Diva. I think, maybe running an Ana as well. Good shots on the main tank gives you the Nano Blade engage to certain team fights. I mean, that could actually be a really good point of contention for them. Start tipping this series in their favor, because right now, running the Moira a lot is not getting the results they think. And, once they see the fade is out, you see the hive mind of Waynesburg just go in and execute the poor Irish healer down in a hurry. So definitely personnel changes for, who you're bringing on the field definitely have to be in the forefront of the mind of Concordia right now.
And I can understand why they picked the Moira. I mean, you got a lot of healing. You've got some survivability with that fade. But Waynesburg also doing a really good job of picking counters. Mm-hmm. They got dominated in the very first fight on Waynesburg's defense there in Blizzard World. They make the necessary swaps. We saw it happen again on Point C, where they swap over to a Brig to help deal with Nathlek. They swap over to the May Reaper to help control the front line. Waynesburg have been very good at adapting and changing their compositions to what was needed in the moment. Concordia needs to be able to do that as well. You need to be able to immediately make your own swaps and keep playing the chess match and keep matching on those swaps. Because, once they got in close, the May Reaper kind of took over. Both teams had comparable times on their attack going into Point C on Blizzard World. It was the swaps from Waynesburg that really shut Concordia down once they tried to go through that small area. So I would like to see Concordia be able to adapt and find some strengths of their own to counterpick.
Counterpicking is where it needs to start. Mental gymnastics have to be done here. The mental calisthenics must be engaged. They need to figure something else out rather than what they were running.
Stretch. This mental stretching. Mental stretching doesn't have the quite visual effect. All right, so I went with physical stretching. I thought I got the point across. All right, you just look like Professor X, like you're trying to get inside my head here, Billy. I don't know. No,
is this Cerebro?
No. Yes, that is Cerebro. Oh man, we are getting a sub coming in. Woo. Hey, you know, it works. It works. You can pull off the Professor X thing. But speaking of, go back, we do have a substitution coming in. We're going to have Alpha Romo coming in for Asthmatic here for Concordia. So we'll see, you know, what role they want to pick up. Asthmatic been playing support. Alpha Romo came in and played tank initially, so I don't know if we're going to see Ishmael swap roles again and Alpha Romo pick up that tank role. I'm not crazy about that, Billy, because I feel like you work so hard to establish that synergy, and we saw good synergy on map 2 with Ishmael leading in the tank role, but you know, when she was in the DPS role, it looked a little bit more disorganized back on Nepal, and I think that swapping those roles around can really hurt your chemistry.
I mean, it's the ultimate flex. I mean, lots of extra bonus battle pass points right now in Overwatch 2 for flexing like that. But I completely agree. Ishmael needs to stay in the tank role. We'll see if Alpha Romo actually does go into that support role, taking the place of Asthmatic. And, you know, maybe there's something more in the wheelhouse of Alpha Romo. Maybe they're a better support than they were a tank. Because it wasn't really close on Nepal with Alpha Romo in there. So, as we head into Havana now, Jeff, this is all going to come down to pick, counterpick. The mental calisthenics must be engaged, and we'll see what they have, you know, to bring to bear on top of Waynesburg.
We do have confirmation on the roll, so we are getting Alpha Romo moving into tank. We're going to have Ishmael is going to move back to DPS, and then Wolf Art Moon is going to pick up the support mantle with Asthmatic, you know, coming out of the game. So we've definitely got a musical chairs going on as far as their roles are concerned. We'll see if this yields any better results. I'm skeptical. I'm not going to lie. It's not my favorite thing to see for all the reasons I just talked about. You know what Waynesburg is going to bring. Waynesburg isn't changing anything. They've got a set established roster and roles for that roster, and it has served them very well. They're on track to pull out their first win of the season. Just need to take one more map.
I mean, I'm really curious at what they did week 1. That would be something I'd like to have answered by somebody the behind the scenes. But
yeah, it just hasn't been reported.
It hasn't been reported.
It's on the teams.
Yeah, it's on the teams. But I mean, they're not playing like an 0-2 team. They're playing very hive mind-esque here. And now, you know, they're going to come out on the attack. They're going to set the bar for what the Cardinals are going to have to match. And we see the Alpha Romo Reinhardt here. So corners are going to be a high priority here for them. Matt Longshot has brought out the Winston again with the Torbjorn. So no flanking coming through here. I like this though. Look at this. We've got you know, 2 pretty good damage dealers in the Ashe and in the Soldier. So you've got spot healing as well as amplified damage coming from Ashe.
I'm expecting a swap out of Jedi Galaxy, to be honest. I think they were anticipating Nathlight coming back with that Genji that gave him so many problems. And the long range is just going to pick this squad apart, as we're seeing early in this fight. It's actually Sundance who swapped over to a Genji after seeing this composition, but they're just running by themselves, surrounded by blue jerseys. The Cardinals are easily able to thwart this first attack from Waynesburg.
Yeah, this should be wholesale changes coming out from Waynesburg. We'll see what Jedi does here to swap over. We see Big Snack and Baby Girl going into the Kiriko and the Ana. So Kitsune Rush is going to be an opportunity for them to be able to aggress on top of it, as well as the escapability of the Kiriko. This is actually going to be huge.
There's a sleep into a Dynamite. There's Wolfheart Moon just making their presence known. Xanath comes in with the spam, though. And with the bio onto Alpha Romo, it is a quick retreat here for the Cardinals. They're trying to disengage. It was nicely done from Ishmael. A good kiting. And Sundance found themselves in a very awkward position trying to go grab the Mega as Ishmael just barely dances around that trap that was sitting at the front of the car, moving in, put some pressure down onto the newly swapped Kiriko of the Big Snack. Our first time seeing the newest hero in Overwatch in this match. Nice shot from Nathlight to close out this fight. That's 2 here for Cardinals, where they haven't given it much space at all.
We saw the Cassidy from Nathlight on Sanctum.
Yeah, that big pop off 4K.
Yeah, so I mean, we know that they are good with the Peacekeeper. We also know that they're good at sticking these magnetic grenades So those are two things that Waynesburg going to have their heads on a swivel for. Long shot. Swapping once again. Now bringing up the Zarya. Now this is where it's going to get interesting for Alpha Romeo, because you're going to be able to rush in on top of this, burst him down, especially with Sundance on this Junkrat behind them.
Yeah, I like the swap, play the long shot. There's that adaptability we were talking about. Bio nade down onto Alpha Romeo. And they're just trying to shield up and find some cover from the spam coming out of Sundance, who now has a rip tire ready to go as it heads into the back. Nice fire strike. Tire strike. The tire strike? Oh, that was a tire strike. There we go. It's going to be an Earth Shatter with the Nano Boost coming in. Sundance taken for a ride. And Waynesburg are about to be handed to them as... This is all the defense. I mean, unless playing a long shot, Jedi Galaxy can bring us back. Jedi Galaxy with the tack visor will finish off Wolfart Moon. And fighting from a deficit, the Yellow Jackets have come in stinging on the back end of this attack. Less than a minute to go, and they still don't quite have it on lockdown.
Yeah, they got a minute left. I mean, but you're looking at tack visor coming out from the Cardinals, so not a lot of shielding available to them. Yeah, that's going to be a death there for Jedi. I knew they were dead to rights there. But, I mean, looking at, Deadeye and the Valkyrie available to the Cardinals in this next fight, they've got the staying power. Now, it's going to be able to do anything to counteract this big bubble.
Oh.
What a pin!
Yeah, the bubble wore off. That was a smart move from Alpha Romeo to kind of avoid the initial pillars to let the bubble wear off so they can actually get the kill on the Sundance. And then Alpha Romeo comes spinning back the other way, but Planet Longshot did have that bubble ready to go. Now, Kiriko with the Kitsune, but the Deadeye from the top shuts it all down. Nathlek from the outside, picking up the three-piece, and more importantly, shutting down one of the most powerful ultimates in the game. This Graviton Surge, a last-ditch effort that will get Waynesburg nothing. A beautiful hold out of the Cardinals as they try to claw their way back into this series.
Well, I mean, we saw adaptability, we saw changes, we saw the personnel swap up as well. I mean, this was a different look that came out from the Cardinals, and look at that, only 80.59 meters. I mean, they got a pretty good push there towards the end once they made the swaps, but I think the swaps just came a little bit too late. They did not deal with the Alpha on the field right now, and that is Alpha Romeo pinning at leisure. Long range, beautiful driving technique, by the way. I want to give that. I mean, took Sundance for a very scenic ride into the hotel.
I don't normally advise the long range pin. No. Let's not get our viewers twisted here. I would not normally advise that maneuver. But Alpha Romeo made it work. Some good support for the rest of the team. Hey, you know what? Good job, Cards. Like, I'm not going to question it too much because it got them a big hold here on point A. So, but
wait, Jeff.
Yes.
Jeff.
Yeah. I see a dad hat.
I see a dad hat.
Yep.
Okay. Well, the shield of Alpha Romeo is not going to last very long, especially if they're playing Protect the President here with just a shield and a damage boost. And if for some reason Jedi goes down, the res is going to be available to that. So we'll see how they deal with this moving out.
Nano Bastion is also as scary as ever, but we do have Nathlek on the Widowmaker. Try to find an opening. Ishmael already peppering some span in long range with the Pharah. If Nathlek can get through this shield, just find just enough of a crack in the defense and take Jedi Galaxy down, it could be the go signal, because then Ishmael can push in, try to punish Rez, close the gap while they're trying to resurrect Jedi Galaxy. It's a tall ass, though, as Jedi Galaxy is holding this corner. A grenade comes out, doesn't quite land on a Nathlek, as they still search. Anti was in. Planet Longshot has to just shield up and back up, and there's the shot on a Baby Girl. Now, Big Snack does have res. Baby Girl's back in this fight, but it does mean there will be one for the Bastion if the Bastion does fall. Waynesburg continue to try to kite back, and they can't afford to lose any more members. Res available. Nathlek takes Sundance down. Eyes a Big Snack. A one body shot would do it. Big Snack goes running for cover. Meanwhile, Alpha Romeo so winging on the front line. There's a pin coming out of Planet Longshot. But unfortunately, they are very low. All the sustain, all the heals are there. Here for Concordia and Arbor as the Cardinals are going to escort this one across the line. We're headed to map 4. We're going to push.
Yep, we're going to push here. And, I mean, that's just comprehensive out of them. It took them 2.5 fights to get it through. So different look here coming out of the Cardinals. You know what? We asked if this was going to be something that we were not expecting, if it was actually going to work. You were skeptical.
Indeed.
But they actually pull it out here. And this, I mean, the Cassidy was so good from Nathlick, and then bringing out the Widowmaker on their attack. The hit scan here for Nathlick has been on fire.
Yeah, they were able to force those bubbles out early, and that truly was the play of the game, because you had a Kitsune Rush combined with a Graviton Surge there for Waynesburg, a absolutely ruthless combo. I mean, that's just typically an immediate team wipe. If you have Grav and Kitsune Rush, you should not be losing those fights, and it wasn't through any fault of their own. It was just good pressure from Concordia, a brilliant Deadeye out of Nathlick, and once again, they're the shining star here for the Cardinals.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what they needed, and they brought themselves back into the series in a very dominant way.
That
was one way. That was one-way traffic, really. It just seemed like maybe Waynesburg might have gotten a little bit complacent with their 2-0 lead here in the series. So I expect to see, a little bit more focus out of them when they come through. And are we going to see any changes coming in from Concordia? We know they like to swap up their lineup. I think that, they need to stick with this roster. Maybe a little less on the YOLO charges coming out of Alfa Romeo, but you got the value. You got the value. So I can't argue with it, Jeff. I can't argue when you get the value picks there, especially, even if the bubble Zarya is up, you still take them out of the fight. And not able to really produce anything, not be able to bring that charge up, not be able to focus down the Reinhardt. So, you know what? Full credit to Concordia there. 2-1 now, as we're going to go ahead and head into, I believe it is Coliseo for push.
It is.
So, I expect to see Zarya's here for sure. If you want to mix it up, Sigma is not a bad option here as well.
Nah, this should be a Zarya matchup. It would be what I'm anticipating. I think if... if anything, you might be able to bring a Diva, but I think Zarya is the way to go on push. It requires so much frontline pressure, and the damage out of the Zarya, it's easy to get boosted up. But hey, you know what? Comfort picks can be the way to go. Alfa Romeo certainly found some success with this Reinhardt. I am more concerned on this one. There's not as many corners to play around through this map whatsoever. You have your main fight through the long corridor, and then your second most important fight is when you're trying to approach the objective and try to get that checkpoint, and you're dealing with a lot of high ground. So those would be things I'd watch out, see if Alfa Romeo can overcome those challenges with a short-range tank.
Well, I would say that Waynesburg is running with speed. So they're running with speed and close CC quarters there. So I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Waynesburg. We've gone back to the same Ana line here for the Cardinals. So once again, really, Billor is going to have to be very careful when they get into these engagements.
Yeah, this is going to be a speed death. It's Jedi Galaxy does go down off of the pin. I believe somehow Alfa Romeo got stunned out of that. It had to be Big Snack with a counter pin. But nevertheless, there are a couple kills going in the Cardinals' favor. As Baby Girl does fall without that speed. Nathlick able to clean up on the Genji. So good recognition out of Nathlick to find and remove the speed out of the equation, which could have been such an overwhelming factor here for the Yellow Jackets.
We see the switch right now from Baby Girl onto the Moira now. So we've got the Moira and the Brigitte support line here. So, I mean, you're looking for close quarter engagement. You're looking for that burst healing coming out of Baby Girl. Sundance is going to have to land some serious stuff there. Well, I say that, landing that right out the gate.
Yeah, gets another grenade down. Alfa Romeo will find the pin, but it's super low. Has to drop down, try to get some heals out of Bylor. Successfully does so, but they lose Wolf Art Moon along the way. So +2 here to Waynesburg as they look to clean up these kills and try to get this bot back in the middle. It's going to be an Earth Shatter, try to bring this back. So down slow. Planet Long Shot is gone. Alfa Romeo comes through with the massive shatter just in the nick of time here to save the Cardinals.
Well, Ishmael does get a answering kill there as well. So, I mean, we're looking at, double DCPF's ultimate coming into this next fight. You're going to be able to stand with this Coalescence, Jeff. Waynesburg are just starting to get rolled over here by these Cardinals. The Cardinals took the 0-2 losses to Heart and have just decided this is not going to happen.
They get touched? They get touched? They can't touch! They don't get on to the objective! A disastrously bad turn here for the Yellow Jackets. Yeah, they're going to get 2 with this Deadeye. They may be able to clean up the fight. It doesn't matter. Cardinals got the checkpoint. They got the center spawn. This is a massive advantage right now for Concordia.
Yep, I mean, now it's all about push. And you've got to make up the distance here. It's going to take 2 fights for them to equal that 66-meter.
Maybe 3.
That it may be 3. But they do have double support ultimates. I mean, both sides have both their support ultimates ready to go. They lose the forward spawn here, though. That's the good thing for Waynesburg as they move into this next fight. They should be able to get this grab up.
Yeah, but how are they going to deal with this blade? Magnetic grenade and 20 health. They're just going to kill him. That's how. Sundance is just going to own Nathlek there through a nano blade while Jetty Galaxy just dances all over the corpses of the Cardinals.
That is a very concise win there, but it took 3 ultimates there to get them that fight win. So you still have Coalescence for the Cardinals, Jeff. That's going to be a lot of staying power to keep up Ishmael through this Death Blossom.
Oh, Sundance pulled through again, getting the headshot onto Wolfheart Moon early in this fight. This could turn this into 2 fights, or Cardinals are going to try to take a 4v5 here.
Oh.
Ishmael goes down just as they pulled the Death Blossom as well. Oh no, this is a bad turn of events. Bylor with the Coalescence trying to bring it back. Alpha Romo does have the Shatter. You know, already turned 1 losing fight this map. Can they do it again? Now they've got no more to deal with it. Good sleep, landed then on to plant a long shot. Hit in from Sundance. It's a 2v2 on this point. Wolfheart Moon is still up high, putting healing down onto Alpha Romo, who's swinging away at the fences. Oh, no nade available, and Alpha Romo will eventually get overwhelmed. This cart dangerously close to this checkpoint, Billy.
We're seeing the swap out, though. We see Nathlek come out on the Sojourn, and that Disruptor shot actually slows everybody down. Planet Long Shot getting what they need here. Super high charge right now. This is going to be the point here taken for them.
Yeah, it ended up being 2.5 fights, we'll call it. It depends on if you consider that one long engagement at the end or 2 little mini fights. But nevertheless, teams are tied up, dead even in meterage. One that Waynesburg will quickly overtake. And, I mean, Sundance has an ult to work with. Has already found success once. Alpha Romo's not going to waste any time. It's an engage from the top roach from the Reinhardt. Has a bonus healing to go around and is just smashing through the front line. Big Snack falls. Here comes Sundance with the rotation, with the Deadeye from up on high. Shield is there. Everybody from the Cardinals able to evade that ultimate.
Huge.
But unfortunately, Alpha Romo goes down despite the best efforts of Wolfheart Moon and that beautiful bio nade. It's Sundance who once again steps up with the Peacekeeper.
I mean, Waynesburg are starting to really establish themselves here. And, you know, in the meantime, we've seen the fight go through. Oh, my gosh, Sundance takes the 1v1 versus Nathlek there and just absolutely crosses their eyes. God, this is back and forth. 4.5 minutes left to go, Jeff. Support ultimates coming up online here for Wayne. They're going to add a Coalescence in this next fight. Nano and Coalescence.
Sundance got back spawn.
Yep, they got
Sundance got back spawn. Look at where Sundance is at the top of your screen, that tiny little red dot. Cardinals coming in could have an advantage here as their reinforcements are still showing up. Yep, all 5 of the Cardinals are here, and they've got ults to work with. They needed to take this fight a little bit quicker, though. I think Sundance is about to get back into it. Ishmael goes down, and the advantage has quickly swapped back over. I gotta see the high ground. Death Blossom coming out. That's gonna find Bible. That's gonna find Alpha Robo as well. As Cardinals hesitated for just a moment, and the Yellow Jackets are able to seize that opportunity.
They held on to the overclock, though. We just saw some charged rail shots coming through from Nathlek. Nathlek has been on fire here in a losing battle. Now we just need to see if they have... Yep, there's the stick. That should take him down. Oh, my God, so close.
Sundance eventually able to finish that one off. Shatter lands. Baby Girl's the only one that gets hit by that, unfortunately. Able to just fade out of it once it's all said and done. Overclock, not able to find purchase from the other side. Nice little rotation from Nathlek. They're able to pick up 1, but that is a lot of red jerseys in front of them. Here come reinforcements as Ishmael shows up. And it looks like the Cardinals are trying to work from the bottom of this ramp. They do have Wolfheart Moon up top. Yeah, you got to drop down. That was too dangerous of a spot. All the while, the cart continues to move forward. The bot, should I say. Jedi Galaxy does fall, and it's going to be an Ana boost out onto Ishmael, who's looking for a place to use this Death Blossom. May not even need it, as they're able to get Big Snack with just the 2 big old Hailfire shotguns. But with only 3 minutes left, Billy, this is going to be a tough ask for the Cardinals.
Sundance again landing the magnetic grenade there, and 2 minutes 45. So, you're looking at what, maybe 4 fights here. You've got to, make up the distance of 40 meters. With Deadeye online and another Coalescence available almost to Baby Girl, this is actually looking like a insurmountable amount of push they need to take.
Yeah, losing Bylor early in this fight was actually pretty awful for them. Definitely not what the Cardinals wanted, as it's forced them to sit back. They don't have the sustain to take this fight as quickly as they'd like. Here comes Ishmael looking for a place to disrupt and uses the Wraith early. Oh no! Ishmael's gonna fall. Oh, what a turn! Is Waynesburg able to capitalize and just continue to push this cart forward? They are on track to take this series now. That was a really important fight win for them. 2 minutes on the clock.
The big thing in that fight, though, Jeff, was the big snack. Putting the shield bash out into the Alpha Romo pin, completely knocks him on his butt, and then takes it and they just collapse on top of Alpha Romo. Doesn't get any more build towards that shatter.
Jedi Galaxy is teleported to the high ground. They know, though. You see the damage orb. Nathlak also put a shot up there. Jedi Galaxy just backs out from that position. Overclock coming in. Nathlak sitting in the window. Takes down Sundance. Looking for one more. Found a headshot, but it wasn't fully charged. Baby Girl able to use that self-heal from the Coalescence and will return the fate. 4v4 on this point. Jedi Galaxy dangerously close with Death Blossom, but here comes the Shatter. Nice Bionate in as well. Nano Boost thrown out into Alpha Romo, and they're going in swinging for the fences with that giant rocket hammer. And they will pick up 3 along the way.
70 seconds left here, Jeff, and they've still got that 40 meters. I mean, I'm sorry, it's actually increased. They've got 120 meters now, so I mean, we're looking at what, 54 meters that they need to go to be able to get this in. And I mean, under a minute, that's going to be a hell of a fight here, especially going up against Grav. Grav is what's going to hold them on the point. They don't have anything to really combo with it, but if they just go in and just get aggressive, they can take these 2 fights in their stride.
They're all doing well to survive to get this fight started with a full strength for Waynesburg. Playing a long shot, looking for somewhere to use that grab that you were talking about. Excuse me. Rotation from the Cardinals. Go around the outside. Force Jedi Galaxy back. Death Blossom in from Ishmael, but she's not able to get anything with it. It's Nathlak who are actually coming up with the kills. Sundance responds, but Nathlak finds a third. It's been a race to see who can get more kills between Nathlak and Sundance. And I think we just got our answer in that shot, Billy.
Yep, and I mean, but you're now looking at Deadeye and the Graviton Surge here coming from Waynesburg. The Coalescence is going to have to be held by Bylor to be able to hold them back. I mean, there's still a lot of push here. We're in overtime.
Concordia has to be perfect. Played a long shot. Launches the grab onto the objective. Here comes the Sundance with the Deadeye from the outside. Nathlak, can you get the kill before it gets off? No! Nathlak doesn't kill him in time. Nathlak will fall. Bylor is able to counter with a Coalescence, keeping Alpha Romo alive, who used the Shatter in that fight. And we're kind of deadlocked here, but unfortunately for the Cardinals, this heavily favors the Yellow Jackets. Ant Matrix up, but Wolf Arbor goes down. It's a Death Blossom. A celebratory dance from Jedi Galaxy and the Yellow Jackets as they find their first win of the season. They will take push. They will take the series 3-1 and move up to 1-2 here in week 3.
That's a pretty good comprehensive win coming out from them. And I tell you what, I mean, Alpha Romo really did their best to bring their team on their back there. The shatters were good. The pins were, pretty good as well. Lots of help from their support squad. Got to give all the credit to their Ana there. I tell you what, Wolfheart Moon put up a pretty good performance there on the support squad. So now 1-2 on the season here for Wolfsburg. It's now a 0-4 for Concordia. And if we take a look out, I mean, it's good. They're both at the bottom of the cellar right now. This is a little bit of breathing room here for Waynesburg to be able to pull themselves up. Maybe move forward, because this does not look like an 0-2 team. I want to say that again, because they really had the hive mind going on there, and Planet lost. I mean, come on, Planet was just on fire today as far as their tank. I love what I saw out of that tank player. So fantastic match for them.
Yeah, Waynesburg are able to move up into 8th place here after this win. They'll be tied with Huntington Esports in overall record coming into today, at least. I haven't heard the results of Huntington's match today. But this means that they're in the green. Top 8 make playoffs after the end of our 5 weeks of play. I believe it's 8 8 or 9 games in 5 weeks. This is an important line, and this is an important win for Waynesburg because now they can start to climb and they can start to, they're out of the red. They just need to hold on to it, and we'll see them in postseason, Billy.
Yep, we will see them. Hopefully we'll see them there. Concordia, I just think, running this Alpha Roman line, the last 2 maps that they had, I like this lineup. I like the lineup. I still think Ishmael is the better tank, but Alpha Romo was really enabled by his support team. So,
sure.
I think moving forward, if you guys just play as a hive mind, make sure the comms are clean, and make sure that you guys know your order of operations going into fights, I think you do a lot better. But full credit to Waynesburg, though.
Oh, definitely. Waynesburg put up a great showing here today. I will say I liked Wolf Art Moon on the Ana. I thought that was a really good swap, and I think that would work well depending on which tank. Clearly, I think the idea here was Alpha Romo had the better Reinhardt. They liked the Reinhardt in a couple of these engagements. I think Ishmael had the better Zarya, which is traditionally stronger in this meta. But I think between either of those, whichever one they want to swap in, I think keep Wolf Art Moon in support. Keep them in that Ana position. They looked really strong there. And then Nathlik obviously was looking very strong as well in the DPS role. No reason I think you sub Nathlik out at all. But Waynesburg are your victors. They're the ones that stand on top. They are the protagonist of our story today. I think Sundance would have to get a major shout if we were to give a player the game, but Planet Longshot would actually take my vote when it's all said and done.
I mean, I rarely give it to a losing team, but I think Nathlik was actually the best player in the server. If I'm going off the eye test, their versatility, their ability to clean up fights or initiate fights and then get the job done. So I mean, I honestly think the big might be my their versatility in the support role, really enabling the team to get forward, man. I mean, there's a lot of choices here. I think honestly, the big snack is actually going to be my personal MVP for this match.
There you go. Your Hermit Crab loving the big snack, Chef Billy's pick. Well, hey, that is our first match in the books, but we are certainly not done. We're going to take a short intermission. Actually, it's going to be a medium-sized intermission as we get set up for match number 2. When we come back, roughly 7 Eastern, we're going to have Catawba Red. Did I say that right? Catawba Red taking on Center College. Also have more action going on over at NECC 2. So if you don't see your favorite team here, never mind. I just got word that we do not have the B stream today, so negate that. Forget I said anything. We'll see you back here for our second match shortly. All right, friends, we are back here for our second set of Overwatch here at NECC. I'm Jeff. I'm joined by Soav Don. I'm here. Dan, here. Your name always stumps me. I am so sorry. This is Soav here next to me. I'm just going to stick with the first four letters because I know I can.
It's okay. I tell everybody to do that anyways. It doesn't matter because we've got great teams here.
We do.
Look, no one's really here for me. Maybe they're here for you, but they're definitely here for these two teams.
No, they're here for these teams, as it should be.
Exactly.
And those two teams are Catawba Red versus Center College. Catawba, one of our newest schools here in NECC. Center College, a returning squad as we go into the Challengers Division. Well, this should be a good one. Both teams have really close records coming in.
Yeah, and you can check it out in the standings and kind of see it there. We were talking about this a little bit going into this, but Catawba is really, two of their maps going to 5. There's another universe where they are near the top of the board at 2 and 1 and playing for 3, 4, and 5, but instead they're kind of just going to be hanging out near the bottom. And both of these teams, it's still very early. There's still a lot of games to play. So regardless of where you look at them and see them, there's still a chance to kind of come back and grow from this. And these two teams are probably going to be pretty evenly matched. So I expect almost another map 5er here.
Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're looking at their opponents, Center College put up the better performance against Purdue Silver, but Catawba put up the better performance against UAH Blue. So, I mean, even there with our, the transitive properties we like to use in esports, it still just kind of comes out null and void. I feel like both of these two teams are on an even playing field.
Yeah, it's really hard to gauge when you're looking at how did you do versus the number 1 and the number 3 team, right? Like the number 1 team, both of them lost. It's worth noting that I believe it was Catawba went to map 5 against Purdue. So, Center went to 5 against them. So it's really you can kind of take that as what you will. Maybe they played them closer. Maybe it was a better map than that, but they still ended up taking the loss in the end. So overall, both of these teams still got a lot to fight for, and they still have a lot to prove. And both of these teams have the chance to do that right now here as we go into map 1.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at who we're going to see on the battlefield today. Looks like we'll be starting with Catawba. And yeah, a couple freshmen on this roster. Vibes will be starting things off in the tank role as one of your seniors, and that always draws my eye. So, Ev, when you got a senior in the tank role, that just spells leader to me.
Yeah, that reads to me as someone who has been playing, has been helping this team grow, and I assume there's going to be good vibes all around for Catawba with that in play. But the other player to keep an eye out there is Mutant, the junior on flex, starting on support. So we may see them jump around if they feel like they need a little more support following up on Vibes' leadership, and I think that's going to be a key thing you might have to keep an eye out for down the line.
Could also indicate, doing some ult tracking and helping with the shot calling from that role as well. So we'll definitely keep an eye on Mutant. But let's look at the Center College lineup. As this is a team played in NECC last year, and Who's James and Blocku are two names that immediately stood out to me when I looked at this roster. I was like, oh, I recognize these gamers. Both of these juniors played last year, and had some very memorable performances. Those two can come out and really take over a game.
Yeah, especially being both from that DPS line and being, as we kind of discussed earlier, senior and junior. Both of these players have the chance to make a very, very big impact, and you can expect to see that probably on the Genji, probably on that Sojourn. Those heroes are still so pertinent even after the lack of, changes that really came through. It's very likely we're going to see both of those players get a lot of value on the heroes they're used to playing, so I'd expect good things out of both of these teams.
I mean, it's amazing how strong Genji still is. Yeah. You took out 2 damage per shuriken, which seems massive, right? You do that to Soldier, and Soldier's just completely dumpstered. I mean, we've seen these kind of 1 and 2 little independent damage numbers removed and added to some of these heroes. You took 2 damage off of each shuriken for Genji, and Genji is still super viable.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that comes down just to the ult charge gained. Like, you take some damage off, it does nerf the ult charge a little bit, but overall, you're still going to be able to build Blade. You're still going to be able to put that in, especially with that wide shot. Just getting 3 shurikens close range to a tank builds up so quick, and if you've put any amount of time into Genji, you'll kind of see how quickly you can build up Blade, and even without a nano in the back, you can still get a lot of value. So if you're coming from a projectile base, I think that's still something you have to keep considering in your pocket.
Oh, and Kiriko is available. So, Blade with Kitsune Rush is just nightmare fuel for supports in particular. Yeah. You know what? That's enough about our players. Let's talk about our maps a little bit, as it is a fixed map pool coming in. And we're going to see, well, if you saw our last match, it's going to be a little bit of a rinse and repeat. Just play it again. Nepal, Blizzard World, Havana, Colosseo, Busan, and Ilios will be your map set here for today.
Yeah, a lot of old favorites, including Colosseo. I would consider that old at this point. We've seen it a couple times. It was one of the earlier ones we got some views off of.
It was.
It really was. So, a lot of old favorites, a lot of things you might be used to scrimming, a lot of things you used to be playing. But I think there's still something to be had for that push mode. It's still new. It's still fresh on everybody's mind, no matter how much you put into it. That mode is still very unpredictable. So should it come down to Game 4, maybe you're trying to play not to get towards that later map. But should it come down to it, those kinds of that new mode is going to be important to have Scrim to put the time into.
And a big difference between Colosseo and the other 2 maps with Esperanza and the new Queen Street. I feel like Colosseo, once you get the snowball going, it's much harder to pull back from. Now, we did just see a glorious example of a team who lost checkpoint early and was still able to come back and win the map. So it is still possible to bring it back on Colosseo. But I feel like it's far more difficult to overcome the deficit as far as push maps are concerned.
Yeah, push maps are a very interesting beast. We're kind of in the opposite world in some ways of 2CP, where once you get the snowball, once you get success, it's very easy to snowball it. This one is you get some success, you get a lot of success, and then you don't necessarily keep that success rolling. Sometimes you just have to kind of hold your ground and get to where you can. You get the advantage and you just hold it, especially on Colosseo, where it's very easy just to run to spawn and kind of buy that space for free. So getting to Colosseo will definitely require a lot of team play to get around that.
I worry we are getting a little bit ahead of ourselves as we won't see push until map 4 if we need it, of course. So let's talk about map 1. Nepal coming in. I love this map personally, but I mean, who cares what I like? It's not what that's about. It's how strong are these teams and how strong are the compositions that are strong, that are good on this map. As we load in, it will be Village to start things off, up close and personal, particularly on that checkpoint. And as such, Center College have Reinhardt coming out, Galvanijo bringing off the rank.
I mean, yeah, I see no reason not to. The Mei Sim kind of DPS lineup here, just to control the point and keep an eye on everything, has always been strong, but I think this dive comp is very, very still strong. Even with Sombra, those kind of tweaks that came through, still very good, so keep an eye on Sticky Will to really set the engages here for Catawba.
Yeah, and Sticky Will already over the top, trying to get some hacks down. Not quite able to get it up first. Some good shielding from Galvanijo. And Vector's gotten set up on this point. Could be very difficult for the quick little high mobility DPS characters out of Catawba to move in and do what they like to do. Hack momentarily removes shield as that gets burned through. Galvanijo is just going to start swinging and push out. Little amp speed, little pressure, a little beating down from Vector. And it's the rush comp of Center College who are going to win first fight.
It's really hard to come at this from this dive comp. You really have to try to find and isolate it, but it's very hard to when you have all of 2 entrances and the sim turrets. It's not like the Sombra is going to get in there and really get a lot of sight lines, but the changes are coming in. The pharmacy will be live. And we're still seeing the Kiriko about halfway to that Kitsune rush, not quite there. It's likely that Center College is going to come into their ults first, so they kind of need to play this a little bit slower.
Highly likely, as a matter of fact, as soon as James opened things up with a headshot from the railgun, and it is just all downhill from there for Center College. Almost literally, but they opt to turn around and not run down that hill. They're just going to hold this high ground. They're going to have an Ant Matrix for this next fight, too. Catawba cannot come through that way again.
No, and that's kind of the problem, right, is that you can't really address this death ball as a unit. You kind of need to just poke at it, as it were, and this is the perfect comp to do it, but you can't play grouped up like you are. You need to send someone on a flank because there's also a lot of answers to the Pharah in the sky. There's a Shatter online, so all it takes is a couple ults to set it off, and that will be setting it off.
A cool little teleport that goes right up to the door. We do have a rotation from Catawba as they're just going to circle around onto the objective. Galvanijo is hacked, moving in, looking for somewhere to use the Shatter. Just swinging down onto Vibes, who's going to go ahead and throw that self-destruct on the point. Here comes the Kitsune Rush, and the Shatter gets absolutely nothing. The extra speed from the Kitsune Rush means the can get out of the way, but can't avoid the beam from Vector. Now it is Vibes, who's just caught right in the middle of the pack, surrounded by Center College. And without the take, Galvanijo is just free to go swinging that hammer at their leisure.
Yeah, and I don't think there's going to be any time to touch here. There will be a hack. Sticky will fall, though, and yeah, that's that. I mean, I got to give it to Catawba there. They did build ultimates fast, but they were already playing behind the ball in a lot of ways. The changes that came through were good, but they never really got the chance to implement the things they were looking to do, and they could never really find an angle on this brawl comp. So I think that's something for Catawba they need to consider. How do you break this apart a little bit more? Because if you're centered, I see no reason to change anything. It worked great. This is your bread and butter right now, and you're playing well. So it's going to be a little harder here, though, because you don't have as enclosed of a space. You're going to be a little bit more open and free to any sort of flanks or any sort of things, and they're looking and eyeing the Hog with the Reaper. Just a lot of high damage. Yeah, if you want to talk about just how to play that, this is still like a viable comp with this Junker Queen. If you want to talk about this is a great counter to try to run in and do it. My concern is what happens when Junker Queen gets into the Rhine range, though, because that hammer hits incredibly hard, and you have nothing to stop you when that Shatter comes down. So I'm a little concerned for Catawba's choices, but I'd love to see them prove me wrong.
Well, Distorted, able to find first blood. And that's exactly what Catawba needed. They try to bounce back into this thing. I haven't heard the stats on Overwatch 2, but I know traditionally whoever grabs first control has an 80+% chance of winning the fight, at least statistically. Yeah. Distorted with a couple of kills, and it should be Catawba who's grabbing that first control.
Yeah.
Ooh, I say that!
You say that, Catawba will get it, but I mean, first pick went to Catawba, but it's still anyone's game here.
Yeah, Who's James is still on the battlefield. Galvanijo is still standing. And now Center College will regroup underneath the point and drive back Catawba Red.
Very tragic. They got the first pick. It looked to be in their favor, but they just didn't quite complete enough kills, I guess. Maybe got focused out, but yeah, with that in, that teleport is looking, and Sticky will fall a little bit early, just delaying the push even further. That's tragic.
Yeah, it's a bit of an overextension from Galvanijo, though. With the Reinhardt down, this could be an opening here for Catawba to move in and try to grab this point. They still have a couple of players to deal with, including Vector on the Genji, who has now made his way outside. Distorted will finish them off, but Catawba Red are missing some reinforcements here, and they're just going to have to regroup.
Yeah, it's just time to take the it's time to regroup and just get it all together. You have a couple ultimates on board. You can definitely hit some railguns through that amplification matrix, and if you can buy it. But the ultimates are coming in for center too, so the shatter is going to be the difference maker. Is what to get set up with it.
And Matrix from Katapa to start things off to try to not allow Gavinijo to get close, but he does anyway. That's 4 caught under that shatter. Everybody goes down. Bab's not even going to try to pull the trigger on that sound barrier, knowing that there was just no hope. Everybody was already dead.
Yeah, that was worst case scenario for Kataba. That was worst case because that Ryan just shattered for free, nothing to stop. You had already used your immortality field, and that's just kind of all she wrote. So the Death Blossom probably going to get thrown in with the beat just to keep them alive. So it depends if they can pull out that beat from Babs first for the blade.
It's an Ant Matrix out early for Center College. And Vector is still holding on to the Dragon Blade just in case Katama dare enter through this front door. Vibes rotated around. Babs and the rest of the team are looking to meet up with them. They're kind of split on how they want to approach this. Center College just backing up, trying to keep everybody in front of him as the Death Blossom comes through from Sticky Will. Sticky Will ends up off the side, tuning with a nice little boop. Who's James does fall, but here comes Babs. It's going to be actually a sound barrier coming out for both teams. Vector is down. The Dragon Blade is gone. A good play here from Kataba Red to shut down that fight, or at least shut down that ultimate. Who's James returns, has the overclock ready to go. Looking to put some shots down. Looking for the Baptiste into the back. Misses 2. Can't quite find the third shot. Bat moving back out of range while Sticky Will is going in to try to execute Who's James. Who's James does eventually fall. Galvanijo is super low. Immortality will taken care of, but there's another shatter. That shatter's going to clean things up. Galvanijo had no health left, but it is Kataba Red who have no time. Center out in a 2-0 on Nepal.
Turns out, if you just give a Reinhardt free space, you can just win fights, I guess, with an Earth Shatter, and Galvanijo just showing us exactly how to done. I mean, yeah, this was it. Like, look at how much, there was nothing in the way. Immortality wasn't there. It was gone immediately. Pre that Shatter, just, yeah. That's kind of the problem with this matchup, right, is if you don't put something that's going to really be able to contest the Reinhardt's just going to kind of have that free reign on you. They're just going to be able to walk in, get Shatter, make the space. The big advantage that Ryan has going into these tank matchups is that for teams that struggle to have an angle or to take space, he really enables you by just simply being the space you need. Just being able to hold up that shield for a brief second, eat some damage, and just give your hit scans, those sojourns, to be able to have the sight lines. Where do I put my field? Where do I need to aim my railguns? Can I get a sight on the supports? Really makes a whole difference. So going into this next map, that's going to have to be something you really consider. It might even be worth, just playing the mirror here.
I mean, that one shatter we saw in the play of the game completely devalued the amplification matrix. You know, a big tool that you're hoping to put down pressure, not allow them to close the gap. Galvanijo just runs right at him and one Earth Shatter, and that just completely turned the tide of the entire map. I agree. I mean, I don't know if Vibes has the Reinhardt in their wheelhouse. You would think so. It seems like, a very fundamental tank to play, but perhaps, favored more of the off-tank role in Overwatch 1, not as comfortable on Reinhardt, not as comfortable on the main tank. I'm not exactly sure on that, but I would have to agree. Now, I will say, moving forward into Blizzard World, I'm not sure the Reinhardt's going to find as much, as much power, as much strength, as much space to control.
I agree with you. There's a lot of high ground you have to contest, and while you can kind of force it, it's probably in Kataba's advantage, actually, because they showed us a diva, they showed us a dive, and they showed us a poke. So if this is that case, this is going to be a great space to pull that back out and try again. The problem with these poke comps and these kind of divey, Sombra, Genji comps is that you really need to coordinate what's going on and when you're falling onto somebody, when you get a hack. So they've kind of got the advantage. We just have to now answer the question, does Center have a similar package in their team lineup?
And I like the idea of the Sombra. I'm not sure Village was the map for it. It was tough to get in on the sim. But I wouldn't mind seeing the Sombra make a reappearance, here on Blizzard World. You've got a lot of angles to work with, and it can be a good way to kind of deny Galvanijo that space, particularly if they want to stick with the Reinhardt. But even if they want to, move on to a Zarya or a Winston, which, see a lot of playtime on Blizzard World.
Absolutely. Like Zarya also would have been a pretty solid counter. If you want to talk about playing your Sombra, enabling your Sombra or your Genji, there's no better way to do it than to just make sure they get in and out safe, get your Zarya charged up for it, and then take advantage of that. Even versus the Reinhardt, you have a pretty solid matchup. You can burn down that shield without engaging, and you have a way out. So there's a lot to be had for bringing in that. So it's really going to come down to what choices in team comp do these teams both want to make here for Blizzard World. Because this is the good thing about Overwatch right now is that anything's pretty viable, all things considered, across most levels. But it's going to come down to what it is. And Orisa was not going to be my initial pick, but I don't hate it if you're expecting the Reinhardt, honestly. That's actually a pretty interesting counter.
Another solid choice, just like Zarya has bubbles to be able to counter the Reinhardt. Orisa has the Halt, which just completely negates an Earth Shatter, and then you can use your Javelin Spin to not allow any follow-up on the squishies that did get, stunned by it. You can also use a Javelin to just interrupt an Earth Shatter. That is one of the greatest feelings as an Orisa. I'm not going to lie.
I long for the day where I can hit that. But the other thing worth pointing out here is the Junkrat Hanzo. It's just a big explosive damage here. And I have a strong feeling that Junkrat's a bit underrated by a lot of people's rankings. You have so much burst potential across any squishy. So catch somebody out, and that's already a pick in your way for Kitaba. So they're going to give up the high ground for free. The question is, what does Center want to do with it?
I think, they're going to drop down low. They're going to circle around back. Yep, that would be my anticipation. Circling all the way around to the back side. They are running into a Hanzo and that spam damage that you were referring to. Vector teleporting up top. Good kiting back from Kitaba Red as they just fall back to the front corner of the point. Try to grab a little cover. Center College trying to get close. They really want to get Vector in. Kitaba really want to find a kill before they can do it, and they do. Blocky goes down. Who's James does return the favor, but there's a lot of sustained absence. Center College relying only on Lucio heals for the rest of this fight. Galvanijo still able to get work done. Hammers through Sticky Will, now turning their attention onto Mutant, who just teleports into a bad situation, and this is going to be a one and done for Center College.
It was a long, drawn-out fight, but eventually again, there's just not really much to contest the Reinhardt. Like, the spam damage kind of got picked away. Anything that was going to kind of put up a wall versus that Reinhardt kind of just got evaded, and, well, Kitaba Red, not much to show for it. No ultimates on board, and Center, again, Galvin just has already another Shatter going to this fight. There's not going to be a lot, and Orisa just getting burned down quick. Like, great looking ahead for Center College here. They are trying to just take the information and poke aggressively while the rest of the death ball just moves on high.
Oh, and that first fight looked so good for Kitaba. Sticky Will getting that opening kill on a Blocky is exactly what you wanted, and look here, it's going the other way. Now it is Kitaba Red who are missing both of their supports, courtesy of Who's James and some railguns. Sticky Will find some revenge, but the damage is already done. There's no sustain left here for the defense. Galvanijo's going to have a heyday.
Yeah, they're just getting that free positioning from the Reinhardt, and the rest of it is just kind of all she wrote. Vector's coming in on the flanks and just putting in damage. And Who's James, just again, there's no contest. You're kind of expecting Sticky Will to really put in the contest versus Who's James, and it's not there, but there is a Dragon Strike coming through, so they will have the ultimates for Kitaba Red. They'll put their foot down, but the question is, are any of these ultimates going to be enough versus the Shatter coming in to really put their foot down and stand?
No, it's going to require some good cooldown usage from Vibes, as they've already used their Javelin Spin. The Dragon is out! Galvanijo goes down. Nice use of it, but look who's there. It's Vector coming through. A name we haven't said much, but when you need him most, it's a Death Blossom in the back line to escort your cart into point B. Still a couple of stragglers here, easily dealt with. 2 points on the board for Center.
I mean, 5 minutes on the clock, too. Let's add that in. They won that with only the Death Blossom, too. That was a pretty good fight for Center College. You still have all this going in. James will fall, but that's fine. They have forward spawn now, so you're not worried about that. I mean, the tools are all there for Center to keep this cart moving, and it really hasn't stopped. So the Riptire needs to come in big. Riptire Kitsune Rush maybe put in just to kind of speed the tire in and catch them off guard here.
Also worth noting, Vibes has made a swap over to the Reinhardt, so there's at least something to block the Shatter. Now there's the mental game there. The tire is out, but it doesn't find anything. Toonie with the sound barrier is perfect and gets the kill on the Distorted as well. The tire actually got shot down by Who's James, and Kitaba Red are struggling for answers. Vibes has gotten really close to a very fast Earth Shatter, but needs to live here, and without their Baptiste, that is looking more and more unlikely. This is Center College just storming through all of Blizzard World. There will be time for one more contest.
It looks like Center College bought the fast pass here because they are already at the end of the ride. 4 minutes and an Amp Matrix to start it off. Is there even a touchable, Skunk?
Yeah, Vibes is going to charge in, but immediately gets shattered. Even eats the initial shatter damage. Vibes trying to return the shatter of their own. Somebody's down, but Who's James has an overclock there to cover Galvanijo. There will be no fatalities here for Center College. A perfect final fight and a monstrous time bank to boot.
Man, almost 4 minutes on the clock. That is, we call that in the business pretty demoralizing, Bull Skunk, because that is.
Is that what we call it?
That's what I'm calling. That's what I'm calling it, anyways. Because that I feel for that. That's how I'm calling it that, because that is rough. That is, they didn't really win a fight. If you're Catawba, they never really won a fight. The cart moved all the time. It never stopped. It's really hard to look at that run and say, well, what happened? I think the changes that came eventually were good, but just too late. They were already behind. The ult economy was not in their favor. By that point, it was kind of almost too late, so they're gonna try to change it up again. I will say, all things considered for Catawba, they are giving us a lot of different looks, and I think that is at least something in their favor. The flexibility is always good to have, but at this point, you gotta just kind of fall into comfort picks, and I think we're closer to that now with this being back on this Sombra Genji. I don't know, maybe something about the Kiriko just in that mix didn't really feel right, but I do think the Lucio Ana will be good here. So a little more classic dive is still going to be good, but a little bit tougher going into the Reaper of Vector. And Vector, again, we kept an eye on them. They've had a pretty good game so far here, and I think that's worked out just as like a good kind of a fail-safe to keep the rest of Center College going or get a good flank angle and kind of get an early pick. I think it's been great for them.
Oh, I agree completely. I mean, Who's James kind of gets all the glory on the Sojourn, and rightfully so. You know, great accuracy, some important picks. But Vector, kind of the silent killer here for Center College, and definitely, I think, the biggest threat to Catawba right now. I'm curious where the hack target's going to go. I think that's going to tell us a lot about how they want to approach this.
I mean, it's the Lucio or maybe the Sojourn is my thought. You don't really have. No, they are looking for the Sojourn. They do get it, though.
They got the hack, and Who's James had to jump down. There was a Bionade involved as well, but Immortality Field is out. Now, it does mean Blocky doesn't have it. Blocky is down. First kill, once again, goes to Catawba Red, but they lose Vibes on the approach. This is down to DPS to try to get this work done and burn through Galvanijo. But that is a monstrous health pool with, you got a Lucio there to keep him alive. Oh my goodness, Tooney just doing work. Oh my goodness, poor Sticky Will, right into a very bad spot.
Yeah, the assists are real there. It's such a tough team to dive into, and like you said, like, who is your real hack target here? Who are you really going to approach onto? Yeah. Sojourn's probably the best choice, but the second they realize they're being hacked, there's a movement, there's an escape. Everybody here has some sort of an escape or some sort of out. So really timing these dives and these collapses is going to be important for Catawba going into the next fight.
Well, Center College moved up to the high ground, making things even more difficult. The entire team is up there. Goodbye, O'Nay, but Sticky Will falls trying to punish Who's James. It was a brilliant immortality from Blocky there as well. Vibes able to finish off Blocky, able to get the other support as well. Two supports down under the hands of Vibes Winston. Galvanijo is going to try to bring this back. Shatter on live, looking for it. As Vibes right in front of him, buying time perhaps for some reinforcements or maybe just eating up some clock space. Looks like they are going to go ahead and hold on to this ultimate, save it for point B.
No need to throw in Primal there. They'll keep that, and this is exactly what I wanted to see out of them. That dive looked good. They were able to get the Winston in, draw the attention. The flankers came in and put in a lot of good work, and they were rewarded for it. We're giving up the Sombra though, and we're going to Torbjorn. Classic dive hero Torbjorn, as we all know, but they obviously know something I don't, so I love it. But the Primal Rage is real, and this is something that you should have seen coming.
But Babs falls without being able to use that sound barrier, so a massive advantage. But hey, Distorted able to return the favor. Distorted has a blade ready to go. It's hammer versus sword here coming up. Galvanijo throws out the hammer, super low on health, was even anti-nated at the time. But it's going to work out. They sacrifice themselves so that Center College could push forward and thrive.
So I'm wondering, aside from that, and we gave it up, we're going to D.Va here. Okay, interesting. I guess we need to contest high ground. That makes sense. We already spent that for sure. So
sure.
I assume that Torbjorn was to try to put pressure on the opposing Rhine, or maybe just keep an eye out on the flankers. I mean, I'm glad to see him back, but I'm very curious to see what the implications of the Torbjorn coming in here will be, because Vibes also, now no longer has a target. They have the free reign there.
We're definitely doing a little do-si-do on our tank heroes.
Yeah.
His Vibes is now on the Reinhardt, and it's Galvanijo on the Diva, as you did mention. The Attack Torb, classic Attack Torb on Blizzard World. I'm not quite sure what the intention is behind it, but we'll see how it works out. Maybe just make Vector think twice before trying to jump onto the back line. I mean, does have a Death Blossom here, and currently just forced to sit on high ground. Distorted moved up, Soundbanger out from Kataba as they push in. Distorted still keeping the Katana Sheave for the moment, trying to chase down Hughes James, and we'll find that Bears Vector finds the opening to drop in. The Torb, no chance of stopping that Death Blossom, and Center College are going to win another fight.
Yeah, like you said, the goal here is to try to snipe the Reaper. No, maybe? No. Okay.
Yeah, no, they've got it. I thought so. I'm about to say Center College was just regrouping a little bit. It looked outnumbered, like that one camera angle. Look, there was more blue jerseys there, but no. Center College had that fight.
Yeah. The Torbjorn is absolutely there to try to keep Vector in check, and for the most part, it almost worked. You kind of have to play a little bit more sneaky with the Torbjorn and get your turret in the position to kind of really contest it if that's what you're going to do. But you don't need that. You got both DPS ultimates. You'll have a shatter. So now the question is, can you catch anybody out for it?
Vector already snuck into the back. Here comes the blade from Distorted. Finds Blocky with that one going in. Who's James goes down as well. Shatter. Oh, that is going from Vibes. And Distorted got that kill as they were falling. Didn't even let Vector touch the ground before Distorted found that kill with the Shurikens.
I mean, it was long awaited, but it was definitely worth it that Distorted Blade came through and got the value on it. So you're happy with that if you're Kataba. You still managed to hold in the Molten Core. That's good. You don't really have anything else for it. But the chaos it can make might be enough because there's not an answer for Center College. So an early pick plus Molten Core will be big here.
Good force out of the Immortality field early. And Kataba Red are starting to find their rhythm a little bit here. They're already not going to be able to match the time bank set up by Center College. But they do have an opportunity to give themselves a chance for attack once we go into extra time. Do, of course, need to finish the map with over a minute left. Or, excuse me, with just any time left, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, still long before that, but there is a self-destruct in. Doesn't catch anything. Oh my gosh, two!
How does that happen? I think they broke Vibes' shield just before the self-destruct came out, if I saw that correctly. Oh my goodness, but what a massive self-destruct. You don't see that these days. That has to be so perfectly set up, so...
Yeah, that really needed to be, and it was for sure. That's the teamwork I would have expected out of Center College to get them here, but Vibes has something to say about that. They're ready for more.
Yeah, Center College kind of stuck around a little too long, and now they're paying the price. Give me some free space here for Kataba Red, and they're going to have some ults coming up for this next fight.
Yeah, I mean, you're still not, thrilled about this. You still have a huge time bank over it. You'd like to get the stop here and not let it go around again, but full support ultimates for Kataba means this fight's going to go longer, and Distorted has Blade up too. You have to be aware of that, and the Torbjorn's down already. That's not a good start.
Yeah, and Vibes got stunned up right on the front line and in front of an amplification matrix. Easy pickings for Who's James. That was shooting fish in a barrel, or shooting rhymes in a barrel, I suppose.
Yeah. There's probably some German phrase for it. I sure don't know it, but that's about it. Center has 3 ultimates ready to go. I mean, both DPS is going to be thrown out. The question is, what is Babs going to use the sound barrier for? Or are they going to try to save it and play it aggressively for Distorted? But there's the Blossom. It gets deleted!
What a play. Mutant with a big Bionade to set up that kill, so Vector didn't get any health back off the Death Blossom. And the Torb showed up in a big way. Now Who's James trying to do something with this overclock? Not finding a target. Was looking for Distorted, but they were too elusive. They were bouncing around, not to be found. Now it's a sound barrier from Babs. Tooney's going to respond with one of their own. Should protect them through this Earthshatter coming down, but combined with the Dragon Blade of Distorted, this is a lot of damage headed into the defense of Center College. Galvanijo will fall here in the final turn. Sticky will get a nice shot with the Cheetos out of that lava gun, and it's going to be a completion. Now, Kataba Red only had about 30 seconds left on the clock, so they're still staring down a monstrous time bank.
Yeah, that's a monstrous is a good word for that, because 4.5 minutes is a lot. You know, we had concerns initially about the Torbjorn, but it really did pay off down the long run. And
yeah,
I mean,
I'm give
happy
it to him.
Yeah. It eventually came through. You know, it was a slow change, because that happens sometimes, right? Is you can't just make wholesale swaps nowadays. sometimes you have to just slow kind of play it. Like, you have the ultimate, let's save it. You do get to save on DPS. Like, you do get to save some of the ult charge, but it's always worth it. Like, isn't necessarily going to be a lot. But they are going back to what is comfortable for them for Catawba, and I think that is not the worst. I think this is fine. I think this is pretty good. They're bringing in the Zarya to go with it. Yeah, I like this. They're keeping center on their toes. You can kind of predict now what is center going to be running because it's been successful for them. And Catawba is just saying, fine, keep your consistency, keep what's predictable. We're going to keep you guessing, and we're going to have to make you adjust to the plays. We'll win that way. And that is a way to win this. If you don't think you can mechanically beat them, you can play by adjusting the rules around them, and that's the one thing you do have on your side. So Catawba going to play out this Zarya, get the Reaper, a little Dallas Fuel Classic look here, and yeah, I don't hate it. I think this is a good start, but they have to make it effective because a minute is not enough time to build up a Graviton.
No, and I am rocking my Dallas Fuel jersey today, so I guess I have to be happy about this composition. You know, I just want to see some good Overwatch. I would like to see, you know, Catawba come in and find their first dub, just as so much as I want to see all of our teams performing at their absolute best. But Center College, you know, they haven't been beat on this composition yet, and, you know, they're not making any changes, at least not until Catawba find an answer. Moving in, it's a big bio nade. It's going to find 2 coming out of Mutant, and they are currently tied for leading the server in ult charge. Galvanijo putting some swings down onto Vibes. They're going to have to back out. Can't really hold this corner. They're trying to buy some time for Sticky Will to get work done in the back. But Who's James has got their number all over him with that railgun. And this is one attack. It's all Catawba had on the board. It's all they had in the cards. And they're not able to get it done. They're still trying to fight this out. As the touch is there, Vibes has to run to the point. They're going to kill off that immortality field, but they're just such a bad situation, such a desperate situation here for Catawba Red. It's going to take a hero play out of Distorted. I mean, there's a blade available, but this is going to be a 2v5 to try to pull it out. And Sticky Will just gets flattened as an absolute Reaper pancake. Nothing left but a cloak on this point. Catawba Red getting nothing in overtime.
Do you want a bandage for that?
Oh, that was at the edge.
What timing?
Thank you, Baptiste. I couldn't have put it better if I tried there, Baptiste. Yeah, that's...
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, it's 4.5 minutes and it's 33%. Even if you sit and spawn for a minute and talk about your day, it's really hard to... You just have so many chances with this. Even if you want to play a long game, you know, usually when it comes to overtime, we talk about how you can't really play a long game. You can't really build an EMP or a Graviton. Center College, this is the exception. If you really wanted to, you can. But I see a hat on Vector, and that means maybe we're just going to try to run through this with the Bastion, and I don't. You know,
yeah, no, let's not. They still have lots of time to change their mind. Let's not get baited by that Bastion.
I really wanted to see the look. We saw the Torbjorn after he came back. I really wanted to see the Bastion. I really wanted to see it. I really wanted to see it.
I can't fault you for that.
I think all things considered, though, yeah, like Center College, like we said, like they have all the time in the world. They can play a slow game if they want to. They have no reason not to change it, though, other than Vector over to the Genji, which, yeah, I mean, we kind of discussed Genji way in the beginning. Still puts in a lot of value, still has a lot of damage output, and Catawba, they're going to keep on the Zarya. They're going to play kind of what we expect to see at higher ranks. The question is, will they be able to hold for the full 4.5 minutes? Because at some point, all it takes is one crack and the game's over.
I mean, Center College, they got this point A very first try on their first attempt, and with less time than they currently have on the clock.
Yeah.
They have time to order a pizza, sit back, and still just build up all 5 ultimates and run in, and everybody press Q at the same time.
Yeah, I mean,
now
there's a bathroom break to be had here if they want it.
Catawba Red are in here with the Somber Pick, with the Sojourn on the high ground, and definitely don't want to count them out. I would love to see them rise to the occasion and pull out the draw here just to give us more Overwatch.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can overcome on what is certainly a tall ask.
Well, high ground up, and those are both fields out, so that's a start. The space is trying to get taken, but there's nothing there, Scug.
Yeah, Galvanijo circled all the way around, forced him down. Vibe's going to burn down that immortality field. Galvanijo sitting at about half health, still has a little bit of armor. That hack goes out onto Vector. It looks like Catawba Red a little unfocused. They hack one target, start shooting at another target, and the concentration, the focus fire is just not there for Catawba Red. It was too overwhelming, too much in their face. Vector with the final kills to close out Blizzard World. 2-0 lead to Center College. They're on match point.
A minute and a half is about what it took them to win that one fight, so all things considered, they just look good. Distorted, give them a nod here. That was a very good blade. It did come out, and if this is the highlight you get, you take it in what was a very, very tough Blizzard World for them. Eventually did clean up, but yeah. Center just looked really good. They had everything was in their favor. They were able to play it at their pace, and that's kind of the thing to all of it, right? Is that Center is setting the pace and the play of the game. They've decided they've decided they want to play Reinhardt Rush and they want to play Deathball, and trying to play away from that different hasn't worked in their favor. And the dive characters, all this kind of poke, these hacks, nothing's really come to life. The Torbjorn got a lot of value on it, so I think there's something to be had that if you're going to fight this Deathball comp, you kind of need to play to the furthest extent of the poke comps that you have. So it made me, it may be like, let's bring in a ball, even if we're not that sure. Sigma's still very viable, Just try to buy your angles, create the crossfires, and just try to get the basics going so you can break someone in this death ball. Even if you want to keep the Sombra, get a hack, hack the tank, try to buy some space, buy some time, let your Sigma or someone who can poke at a distance get the value in. But like you said, it's match point, and we're going on to our third map, and it's now or never. Something has to be found here.
Distorted had a good map. Can they step up and do it again? We're going to take a quick intermission. When we come back, it's Havana. We'll see if Catawba can get it done when we return. Center College up 2-0 at the half after a pretty unstoppable performance there on Blizzard World. I mean, they ran through their entire attack without losing a single team fight.
Yeah, they kind of made it look like they were just straight rolling. Like I said, they got the fast pass for Blizzard World, so they were able to go there. But now we're traveling, so we're in Havana, and it's a different, similar beast because now we're still payloads to push, but a lot of different compositions that can run here. This is the home of long sight lines, so.
Right.
If anything might push away this Reinhardt-based comp, this Reinhardt-based deathball, this is going to be the chance to do it, I think. But it just depends what they want to do.
I mean, if we're talking Catawba on defense and Center College stick with the Reinhardt, I think their best chance is either on point A or the start of point C.
Yep.
If they get through the distillery, I think Center College are just going to mow their way through the distillery. And if they can close the gap on the fortress at the end, it can also prove difficult for a defense to deal with that. So, I mean, Catawba, for all intents and purposes, by that logic, really need to make a point A stand here.
Yeah, I agree completely. That's going to be the only thing that they really can do. And the best way for them to do that is to try to keep as little resources in range of the Reinhardt as possible. Because the second you let that Rein close the gap, there's just going to be everything falling apart. So that may mean, alternating between sending in a flighty DP, a flighty tank like a Diva or a Ball or a DPS, just kind of just rotating. We kind of saw this with like the double off tank meta, like the Roadhog Zarya, the Roadhog Diva metas that were like prevalent for a hot minute. But that kind of just like rotating your players touching the point to really kind of do it. Because you can't let this death ball close the gap on anybody. Once they do, it's already a wrap. And they look like they're just going to try to meet them at their game. And I don't hate it. I think the question is what's going to happen. Because Catawba is not showing a Lucio. And that's kind of key for a lot of these Brawl and Rush comps is being able to speed up. It'll be a close hold. And I think that's what you're playing for instead. You're probably going to swap the Babs back to the Lucio after this. But we'll have to see what happens when they keep to this because buying the time aside, are you going to keep without the speed of the Lucio? And if so, how is that going to affect you on the defense? You're going to have to set a point where you fight to them, but the initial arrow just shows what's there, and here comes that close hold, maybe? Oh.
They're coming out. Cabanillo didn't see it. It's the Blitzkrieg attack coming out of Catawba Red right out of the gate, but Cabanillo had some bubbles, are able to back up to safety. And now they're just looking to burn through this shield. There is no disengage here for Catawba. They are all in on this, as indicated by that lack of speed that they were talking about. And you can see a lot of critical bars there looking from Mutant's point of view. A lot of people from Catawba below half health at the moment. Vibes scrambling around, get topped up. Good job from Mutant, good A. And you see a lot of that landing. Good anti-nade as well. Landing on the back onto Blaku. It's going to be Sticky Will trying to move in to follow that up, but Vibes eventually does fall, and it's going to be the rest of the dominoes tumbling after that.
Yep, the rest will fall, the cart will move, and that's the Reinhardt's the linchpin to all this, right? Like, once the Reinhardt falls, there's nothing between you and the rest of the team of Center, so now with that in mind, Legs has come out. We're seeing Legs and Thighs on the menu today, so Center really going to embrace that long-range availability, and even just kind of playing the fire, poking their eyes out. This is going to be a tough one as we come around this corner.
Never skip leg day, so I've never skipped leg day.
Nope.
I know Center College isn't, as indicated. Cabanillo, I like that. Just kind of the push and pull there, keeping the aggression on that back line. No swaps from Babs, so they're sticking with this double flex support look. Lots of heals, but still no speed. And that's becoming apparent now. Vibes trying to get out, very low on health. Is just hiding around the corner, gets the nano boost and pins back in. Tony with a beautiful sound barrier means it's an edge for Center College momentarily. Vibes trying to swing on Galvanizio, but that is one charged up Zarya. That is a lot of damage, and Galvanizio even has a Graviton Surge if it is necessary. Shatter? There it is. The Surge comes out. Shatter didn't seem to find much. Perhaps I just didn't see it, but it looked like it was the Graviton Surge winning the day out for Center.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I guess you're probably going to give up if you're Vibes. You might move over to the Diva to contest high ground here, but that's fine. But Catawba just continuously, again, throughout this whole series, has constantly been, the first to fall in the last pick, and it's just the Lone Reaper trying to be held up there, but I think the time is running out. They've been cornered. Are they going to get out, or will they trade? Vector, no, falls there. And maybe there's still a hold live, Skunk.
Sticky Will has 3 health. The contest is there. Sticky Will Falls trying to teleport in. Overclock from Who's James from the high ground takes Distorted out of the fight. Beautiful shooting. It was a nano boost onto Babs, actually. I don't know if Babs just kind of intercepted that. I assume that was intended for Vibes. But that is going to be an ult gone to waste here for Catawba Red. And Center College, once again, move into point B without losing a single team fight.
I'm going to make the joke because now it seems relevant. You know, everybody asks who's James. My question is, why is James less uncontested here? Again, James just gets the angle constantly, and this Sojourn is just able to hit rails and just lead shots the best they can. Again, like you can see it, is just constantly holding that charge, is able to get rails in just deep, even in this contested area. There's no pressure on this angle. It's free farming Bull Skunk. They're literally just letting James take the angles he wants for free.
I mean, and Catawba Web, I assure you have, I mean, maybe even double the healing coming out as far as numbers right now, but that's just feeding ult charge over to Center College. Distorted finally able to kind of hit the pressure release valve a little bit and take Vector down, but Sticky Will Falls with the Death Blossom in hand. They were in the back line looking for it. Toonie didn't even have the sound barrier. They just get the kill instead. They don't need the ultimate, just find that kill. But Distorted steps back up and slows down Center College for the first time that we've seen on any of their attacks today.
I mean, that's the game, right? Just click the heads, something like that, right? But it's never that easy because Center now with all 5 available, they're going to push, and probably some combination of this is just going to get through. They'll push Q eventually and they'll win. So the question is, what does Catawba do about it? They have their ults of their own, but there's nothing defensive to really live through it. An early immortality field, and Mutant dies early too.
And that's the power of speed right there. I mean, the Nano Death Blossom is mostly blocked by Zarya Bubbles. Vector did go down, but there's an Amp Matrix here and a Graviton Surge out. That is just going to be a lot of damage poured in. Vibes eventually runs out of Bubbles and runs out of HP. No chance of using that Graviton Surge in this fight. Sticky Will is just getting chased down into the wine cellar. And Center College should be able to pull this out. Distorted on this fight with an overclock, hoping to make magic happen, but unfortunately there's just nothing left in that magic wand, and Center College continue to find picks.
You love a good teammate tactical crouch, but the Graviton Surge catches 1, that's all that matters. James finds 2, and I mean, fight's over basically. Skunk, it's just clean up here, and I have to wonder at what point, if you're Babs, like you've been holding this Amp Matrix for a while now, at what point do you just give this up and match the speed?
Just go Lucio!
Like, it's not getting you. Like, you've been holding onto it, waiting for the moment. It hasn't done it. Again, you die with it. You just get caught up. Like, you just have to give it up. You're just getting outplayed by speed, and right now you're not even losing to Center College. You're losing to yourself, and that's the more, I think, frustrating loss if you are on Catawba. You're losing to yourself.
So true. And Babs it does seem to be caught in that trap of, I want to get value out of this ultimate.
Yeah.
But Tony's running all over him. I mean, the rush in to kill Mutant at the start of that point B, that snowballed into the entire loss of the distillery for Catawba Red.
Yeah.
And Babs running up, trying desperately to keep Vibes alive. Had the bonus healing on that, and Vibes is still in trouble. Bubble comes out a little reprieved terribly, but they still only have about 50 charge. And Galvanijo turns the corner with a big old beam of death. Graviton Surge at the ready. The Nano Boost invested onto Vibes as well. Catawba Red are throwing everything in the kitchen, sink into Vibes, and it's still not enough to keep him alive.
All right. That is the at least 3rd fight that Babs has been holding this Amp Matrix. I don't know what you're waiting for at this point. You needed to commit this to even stand a chance, even if you're going to try to put this for a final stand. There's 3 ults for Center College. There's just too much. Tactical Visors live. You're already got a pick. Are you? Yeah. You're going to die. You're dead with it. Yep. No, there's...
Yeah, I hope. I really want to see Babs make the swap over to Lucio. I know we harped on it. It's just the power of the speed in this composition. So I hope she realizes and will make that swap. Yeah. Because Toonie was running all over him. I mean, quite literally.
That is unfortunately the main thing to talk about here, because the tank fights had been kind of back and forth. But the real thing that's been the game maker here has been Toonie over on the Lucio. Like you said, the healing numbers, we haven't seen them, but if I had to guess, Catawba is putting out more. But what is it really getting you if you can't close the gap, or if you are getting caught out and you don't have an escape? A lot of this Deathball comp without a Zarya, like the Zarya is not exactly mobile. Her get out of jail free card only lasts a couple seconds. So it's, you have to balance the team comps a little bit out, and I think that now we'll see it. Now we'll finally move over to the Lucio, and yeah, it's just a shame it took us, with a minute and a half left on Havana to get to that, and it's, I'm going to call it. I'm guilty of that too, right? We're all guilty of it. We've all wanted to hold the value. We've all been like, no, this could be the game changer. This could be it. But at some point, it's just a shame that it took us all the way to the end of Havana to kind of set it. But I do like this a little bit more. They're playing this Zarya comp a little bit more poke-ish, and I do like that for Kataba. Mutant's going to bring in the Moira here just to try to keep the healing out. And I do like that too. Another close hold just to kind of balance this out. We'll see what sticks after the close hold, though.
Yeah, it was a quick heal orb. Some trades, some headshots from both of our DPS. But it's Toonie that's down. So that big speed tool no longer available here for Center College. Distorted, under a lot of pressure, just has to fall back for some health. Some nice shots, put Vector low, and even gets the immortality field out. Oh, that was a dangerous jump, Blakey. You almost got picked off. That was a bold move. And yeah, eventually Distorted is going to find that kill. It's just too predictable with those big jumps. Distorted making a big splash here. Vector is just going to try to get out. Vector said, I'm peacing out, y'all. I will see you later.
Yeah, Distorted coming to life on that Hanzo is a big deal too. Already almost to a Dragon Strike. Oh, the Reaper fight. That's fine. They'll be back quickly, I guess. But Distorted does have Dragon Strike early. That's the only ult really coming into pressure here. So placed well can get a lot of value and open this up for Kataba to complete.
That, I'm going to call it, it was a bit of an ego duel from Sticky Will trying to take the 1v1. Yeah. Could cost him, but Distorted continues to find the mark as they've really hit their stride on this Hanzo. And that's a great opener here for Kataba. Dragons were apparently used. I did not see them. But there's Who's James. Sticky Will falls to that railgun shot. Who's James going in to fight Distorted now. Distorted very low, and Who's James is going to win that duel. The stronger the DPS in that particular matchup. Babs goes down, and this is going to be a nice hold. Who's James leading the charge, leading the damage in that fight for Center College.
So you have these long-range ults for Center. So you'll probably even get you'll even come into the Graviton Surge. So. Like, all the pieces are there for another hold, and Kataba, they're just going to have to poke a little bit. You're probably going to end up committing Sound Barrier into this Graviton Surge, so buying a little time for that Death Blossom isn't actually a bad plan here if you're Kataba, I think. It's just buying time for Sticky Will to get an ult, and Disturb dropping low can't be the first start, but the 2 picks to open it up, never mind, this is a go button.
Yeah, it's both DPS gone for Center College. Sticky Will's going to move into the back, and systematically, Distorted and Sticky Will have just had their way with Center College's defense. Well played, Kataba. You're going to make your way into the distillery.
Yeah, without even spending an ultimate, really, too. That's the really impressive part here, is they were able to kind of do what we wanted versus that Rhine comp, is just kind of isolate and dissect this team one by one. They were able to get that, and that's the reward of good play. So now with ultimates on the line, it's just going to kind of comes to who really gets to hit more of these ultimates together, and with Center having all 5, I'd have to put my money on them, unfortunately.
It's pretty close. It's pretty close. I thought if Babs might be able to hit that Sound Barrier a little bit sooner, they could have beat Toonie to the punch. Both teams just kind of slowing it down. They want to give time for Distorted to find these shots. That has worked out well for him, playing a little bit slower here from Kataba, so no harm, no foul. Graviton Surge, countered by the Sound Barrier, but the anti-nade is in. Vector combines with the Graviton Surge on the point. This one coming down to Center, and it is a monstrous team wipe as Center College just rang the bells here of Kataba Red.
Yeah, it cost them a few, but it got them there, and they needed the hold with 3 minutes left, so that's good for them. Kataba does still have a couple things. The Nano Death Blossom, the Beyblade is still live, so that's still a win con. Problem is you need to kind of just find the one target you're willing to isolate, because you're probably not catching this team together. I will say Central College off this rush comp has looked a little flimsy, but I said that, but Blaku has come alive on that Baptiste to find one.
But the Nano Death Blossom does eventually come through, and it is enough. As Sticky was able to find a pair with that. And even kind of devalue Blakey's amplification matrix there towards the end. Babs able to hold on to this Sound Barrier. I don't want to see this become a trend like we saw on the defense, though.
Yeah, no, I want to see it used for something coming up. I don't even hate it being used for the overclock. I really don't. Considering how well James has been hitting those shots, I think that's a fair use if you hear that go.
I would like to see it just used aggressively. Just set the tempo. Drop it now. No, they're trying. Oh, they got booped in the air. That was almost an Ajax, but the damage wasn't there. Out of who's James overclocked. That was a hairy moment there for Babs, but she's able to get it off. Unfortunately, it doesn't give the advantage that Babs was hoping for. Distorted's going to fall, and Center College are able to kite back and avoid that damage, respond with some bubbles, well-timed bubbles out of Galvanijo, and win this fight. They almost C9. Ooh, that was close.
All right. I mean, you're kind of at a neutral here, right? Like, we're back to the neutral. Everybody's kind of on board. The closest is Vector, who's going to get it in the mid. So as the ults come online, it's going to just become a question of who gets more value of what's online first. And a minute on the clock, Kataba needs to find something here, and they need to get a pick to keep it going. But that field comes down, yet it's quite distorted, doesn't pick anything, but will force him around. And yeah, it's going to come down to who gets that ult first and finds the value first.
Galvanijo is just not budging off of this high ground. They've just built a wall, plant their feet. Now they've got a Graviton Surge. Mortality Field is gone. Just throwing some alt fire into that pack of people, and it does a world of hurt to Kataba Red. One ult, one fight win here for Center College, and Galvanijo once again exerts their dominance. Asserts their dominance. Not exerts, asserts. I'll get one of these words right, so I promise.
Look, words are hard, and
words are hard.
They are difficult, and that's fine. But what is equally fine for Kataba here is they will have Grab Blossom for themselves. That's probably the winning combination if they can make it work. So getting Toonie to spend that sound barrier on less is the most important thing you can do. Maybe you can trick them with the dragons coming up, but hitting this Grab Blossom is going to be so crucial for Kataba to stay alive. No!
Oh my! Oh. Just one bubble, Mutant's gone. Galvanijo's the only one caught in the Graviton Surge. Death Blossom from the other side took out Blaiku, but it's the only casualty, and now Vibes is on an island out here by themselves and overwhelmed as the time whittles down. Center College are going to put up back-to-back wins to go 2-2 on the season. A beautiful game from them as they take the dub here today over Kataba.
You know, it's Kataba being new. This is gotta say it's been tough, and Galvin again just showing up as play of the game. Gotta give it to him. Has played an incredible game on this tank all series. So kudos to them for it. But yeah, it's a tough. Let's be real. This is Kataba's first season here, right? This is their first split in NECC, and it's really there's a lot to take in. This is a lot of play that not every single person has played at. This is a whole different level. It's one thing to go into just grab a team and play in competitive, but it is also just a different level of play here. So there might just be some growing pains. This might just be a tough, rough first season for them. But Center College has shown that they want to keep going. They're not happy being this low, and it's safe to say that all those 5 games really did come down to the wire and really won't hold them back going into the rest of the season.
Yeah, just quick assessment. I mean, Kataba, you talk about those 2 5-game losses. Like they were potentially 1 or 2 team fights from being 2-2 right now. They certainly have some really good pieces on this squad, and I look forward to them putting together. If I had to give one piece of advice, I'm also not a coach. Disclaimer: this is just a humble caster opinion. But learn to disengage. Learn that push and pull a little bit more. They seem to get kind of all in on fights when that's not necessary. And then having that Lucio there is super important. But on the other side, I mean, Center College looking outstanding today. Who's James stepping up in a big way? Who's James and Vector were just nasty on that DPS role. And then Galvanijo. Galvanijo, I think, would get my play of the game just for how much they dictated, or my player of the game, just for how much they dictated these fights time and time again. That was the bar that had to be matched by everybody. And Center College would rise to meet with Galvanijo, and they would all push in together and all push and pull together. And Kataba just weren't quite able to find that same level. So that's a tip of the hat to Galvanijo. That would be my MVP if I had to pick one.
I mean, yeah, I can't disagree with any of that because we saw James light up the kill feed all the time, but really Galvanijo was the centerpiece to a lot of it.
Absolutely.
Was just constantly winning on the Reinhardt in those first few maps. We saw the swaps come in, played all across the tanks very well. And like you said, the team as a whole played, can't just talk about one because it's the whole team too. Like you said, they played well as a unit. They really understood how the engages and disengages of these deathball comps and how these various comps really worked. So the pieces are there to continue to grow and climb. And the pieces are also there for both sides. It's just going to become, who's going to, how does it look going into this and what happens going forward? Because we saw for the side of Catawba, we saw some very, very good dive and poke pieces. When they looked successful, when they were able to win a fight and kind of win it well, they looked unstoppable. They won fights without committing ultimates. So just a little more practice and a little more grind, and Catawba can just start climbing those ranks too in the future.
Absolutely. I know you're 0-4 right now, Catawba, but don't lose heart. You've got a solid team. You got a solid foundation. I look forward to seeing your growth as this season continues. But this is going to do it for our second series of the day. We are going to take an intermission as we get set up for that next game. It'll be a little bit of an extended break, just to warn y'all, so you can grab some food or whatnot. Now would probably be a good time. But when we return from our break, what we got? We got SNHU Pearl taking on Champlain College. When we come back, we'll see you here for more NECC in just a little bit.
I'm floating, help me!
All right, and we're back. Match 3 of the night about to be underway for the NECC. I'm All Charge, joined this time by Corbeck. It's going to be SNHU versus Champlain College. It's a Challengers Northeast Division matchup. Champlain College comes into this one 3-0 as the current 2 seed, and SNHU rocking a 1-2 record. They're currently at the 7 seed, but both teams have dropped maps against opponents they've beaten and won maps against opponents they've lost. So it's a pretty even division, this Challengers Northeast. Corbeck, what can we expect to see in this Challengers Division matchup?
I mean, I think the advantage here, obviously, lying on the side of the 3-0 team, right? The second seed overall, Champlain College, Baja has been pretty good, I'd say, overall so far this year. But obviously, still a lot of room for change. Like you said, both of these teams have dropped maps, and every once in a while, a 1-3 team can come out and give us a little bit of a surprise. But let's take a look at those lineups, see the players that will be on the field today. I think we're getting some substitutions from Champlain, but starting off with SNHU, it is Dargo, Max Effort, Mary Mellon, Raptor Lord, and Prince Subfur right there coming in on the bottom end. A pretty mixed team, too. They've got 2 freshmen on this roster, 2 seniors, and a junior. So a lot of moving up and down there in terms of classes, which I always like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. SNHU also has a team up in the Champions Division. This would be considered, I suppose, their JV roster. I live right down the road from them, and they take esports incredibly seriously. On the side of Champlain, though, we've got Dusk. They will be the main support today. Squid Hat Jack, Wolf Raider, Bobbux, and Spackles to round out the roster. That's your undefeated squad. Those are the players for SNHU to beat. Let's take a look at the standings. We've already talked about where these 2 teams lie. RPI, they do also have a 3-0 record. Their map differential, though, is a little bit better, so I was considering them number 1. They're number 2 here. Champlain is number 1. It could go either way. Next week, you never know. Those 2 teams could switch places. Howard Community College, they're rocking sole possession of number 3, and then Clark Gray, MCCU, Ottawa, they're all tied for that 3rd place spot pretty much, and then you can see SNHU, they're rocking a 1-2 record, and Marywood and Suco yet to win a game this season.
Yeah, I'm sure that SNHU Pearl would like to probably fight their way up towards that sort of 3rd place tie area, maybe even a mid-table position in general, get themselves a little bit farther away from the bottom of the table, right? That's what the team in that position is usually aiming to do. So it's a big game for them tonight. We'll see if they can really bring their A game. And I must admit, Ultra, it has been a long time since I have I have casted Overwatch. So I have not actually casted it. I'll be full disclosure, I have not seen a 5v5 game as a caster yet. So this is going to be fun. Like, I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, the pace is totally different. It's something that a lot of these players had to learn, and you'll pick it up pretty quick, I'm sure. Mainly, it's just a lot harder to take space out there, so there's so much more pressure on the tanks and supports to keep those tanks alive.
Yeah, it's a much more free-flowing game these days, which is good. And I mean, that's something that I think, we should take into account. A lot of these players, everybody's making a transition. As much as we talk about, the 5v5 and the Overwatch 2 being almost like it's not a new thing, but it definitely is a new thing. And that means adaptation from all these teams. So that, I think, adds an extra layer of intrigue to a lot of these collegiate matches.
Yeah, it's a ton of fun to watch, too. I mean, there's so much more potential for pop-off plays. You don't get a 6K anymore. It's one less kill in the feed that kind of gives you that wow moment. But I gotta tell you, team kills happen way more than they used to in Overwatch 1. Just that lack of peel and tank cooldowns really just kind of amp up the playmaking ability for every hero on the roster, not just tanks and DPS, but supports can really get involved. And there's a new one out there. I'm sure you're familiar. Kiriko is playable. She started her playability last week, and we've seen a lot of teams take to her. She kind of swaps in for Baptiste and like a Baptiste Lucio composition. She fits really well into that.
I've heard a lot of mixed things. I'll be honest, coming out in regards to Kiriko. I'm curious to see her played like at the collegiate level, and it's interesting that you say you've seen teams kind of adapt. I kind of heard that there's a little bit of struggle to get a good healing output from Kiriko, but that's the way it is with a lot of the specialist healing characters in the history of Overwatch. So I don't think that's a particularly giant change. Given the level that we're at tonight, what do you think in terms of kind of experimental compositions or newer characters being rotated in here? Do you think that's going to be something we'll see, or do you think they'll stick more to your bread and butter?
I've seen a lot of teams kind of go the route of seeing how the first 2 maps go when they play their absolute hardest, and then let's say Champlain College, the undefeated team, is up 2-0 going into map 3, going into Escort. They might try to experiment then, but I think coming out of the gate, no one wants to kind of undersell their opponent at all. So you're going to come in, you're going to try and play your best, especially on that opening control map. You have to gauge your opponent before you can experiment, right? So I wouldn't expect to see anything too crazy here on control. We're going to start on Oasis. Might as well go over the map pool. It's fixed. It's not loser's pick. So this week, this is technically a week 5 matchup. It's going to be...
Ooh, I think we might have lost Old Charge there. We'll see if he swings back in. I like how he left us on a cliffhanger, though, right as he was about to talk about the map pool. So keeping us all in suspense, I can now pull up the map pool. I can tell you it's Oasis, Hollywood, Rialto, New Queen Street, Ilios, and then a potential decider on Lijiang Tower if it is necessary. But I think we're getting into game soon. We'll just see if Alt can sort out his technical difficulties. And for the moment, you just get to stare at his beautiful face with drawings in the background. A lot of Zenyatta fan art, which I think we can all appreciate. Now that he's not moving around on the screen, I can actually notice with a bit more alacrity that it is Zenyatta like mech'd into the Diva mech, which is kind of horrifying actually in a way, but we do apologize for that. He's booting his computer back up, so hopefully he'll be back in just a second, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and move into the game here on Oasis. Again, that 5v5 format, the way it goes these days, and you can take a look at the early starting shows here. Do keep in mind, too, that in Overwatch 2, of course, 30% ult recharge for character swaps, so that is a much more viable thing to do than it was back in the old days. Diva tank on one side, Reinhardt on the other, a much more sedate comp on the side of Champlain Baja, using that Lucio speed boost to keep their momentum going. Meanwhile, on the other side, I'd call this a little bit more mobile, with a relatively strong healing base in the form of Raptor Lord on Ana, so that's something that we're going to want to keep in mind. But this is a composition that wants to move, it wants to keep on the edge, so a little bit of a meeting of two different strategies here. But the initial advantage going straight to Champlain Baja because they have managed to secure the high ground already. Sojourn here, one of the more popular DPS picks in this day and age, already unleashing havoc with the energy rifle there, looking for the charged up shot, not able to hit it, but putting so much pressure on the front line of Dargo. Now you see Bobo XXL over here on the Bastion. Should really be the anchor damage piece of this composition. Now in a very difficult spot indeed, has to force themselves into the tank mode, but it was a great heal from Champlain Baja to get back in on this and keep their DPS player in the mix. Dargo chased off the edge of the map there, so early control and an early fight win going the way of Champlain Baja here. And Alt, if you're back, I don't know, jump in whenever you want.
Quarterback, I gotta say,
okay.
You opened up this one saying you haven't casted Overwatch in a while, and immediately I just made you a solo caster with a nice little power surge. Man. But
it's
dude,
all good.
Way to just fill some shoes there. You did great. What did I miss? What did I miss, Quarterback? What happened that first fight?
You missed the first fight. Pretty standard stuff, honestly. Champlain Baja took high ground control and then just worked their way through the enemy team, separated off Dargo on the tank, and you actually have now seen a tank swap from Dargo over to a Zarya. They started off on a Diva. They're also got a Genji swap from Mary Mellon into that Junkrat that you see now. A lot of swaps across the board.
Okay. SNHU switching things up. I like how they didn't wait for the entire round to burn by to make those changes. Champlain College, I like to see them playing the Bastion. Bastion wasn't actually playable for the last little bit here as Squid Hat Jack lays down the Shatter, ending this fight in early fashion as SNHU goes packing. Still struggling with alt charge too. There's only 30 seconds left in this round if Champlain continue to hold. SNHU may not even get an ultimate here.
No, I think they're not going to get one, and the fast pace of these engagements has really not been favoring SNHU, and for at least for someone who's coming back into this after a while, it's so interesting to see the speed with which these teams are taking this. Obviously, Champlain Baja playing a little bit more of a sedentary comp, but really taking full advantage of the Lucio speed boost to get these quick engages and set up the Bastion damage.
That's great stuff from Dusk too. Your Reinhardt needs that anytime you're running one. 95%. SNHU need to get a move on here to get to point in time. Seems like they will have an ultimate to use here as the Riptire starts to run rampant, but nobody can get to the objective in time. And Champlain College, you could call it a compositional diff. SNHU didn't quite have their wits about them, it seems, and that's an easy round one win for Champlain Baja.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. It's a very classic sort of loss on this first point of Oasis. You know, that high ground control, just whoever gets there first always has such a distinct advantage in the team fights. And it really didn't seem like there was ever an opportunity for SNHU Pearl to really force their opponents off of that high ground. I mean, that's like really the difficult point at that early fight. And then once point control was established, Champlain Baja just took the space that was available to them. And like you said before we got started, so much harder to reassert space in Overwatch 2, and I think that was really the downfall of SNHU Pearl. They just could not find the space they needed to get their DPS characters in particular going.
Yeah, and I had seen that their tank, Dargo, had switched heroes 3 times, so clearly wasn't quite setting their feet on any hero, and that's obviously very tricky. 2 of those fights that I was here for, they were the first pick of the fight too, and you really cannot step up if you've dropped your tank. Here though, we do have Bobox going down first. You can still claim some space if you're Champlain Baja, but they've got to play reserved for the time being and make the most out of a 4-person team fight. Trying to roll back in now as Squid Hatjack gets some charge, and it's just enough to burst down the Lucio on the side of SNHU, who quickly counters. Mary Mellon gets another kill before falling. It's a 4 versus 3 here, still favoring SNHU.
Definitely the advantage in this fight going to Raptor Lord on the heal, just being able to keep up a bit of a higher healer momentum than Dust, but it looks like Wolf Raider is working her way back in here too. Fortunately, I think Raptor Lord is getting peeled for very well, so you can't see anybody really asserting any damage onto the support line.
Great job here, SNHU. Prince of Per getting their 3rd elimination of this fight, but Champlain Baja just not quite challenging the pavilion as the Lucio is just bouncing around inside. It's actually enough for Max Effort to get back on the Sombra, and it seems like there is another player on the outside just working their way in. Mary Mellon pops the Rip Tire for an elimination. Right now, SNHU is doing a great job trying to make something out of nothing here. They're at a massive disadvantage, but they've kept Champlain off the board until just now.
Yeah, it was a good early fight for SNHU, and it's kind of unfortunate that they didn't win that one out, if I'm being honest with you. They really almost sort of deserved it. Good ult usage there by the Junkrat as well to get that early pick onto Wolf Raider in that kind of second half of that fight, but ultimately just not able to work it. And here they're going to try and force the gateway again, still with Dargo on the Diva. Ult online, though, that's a big deal.
As the Diva Bomb starts to fly in, Dusk is not able to escape it. The Graviton Surge, however, locks up 4, but Squid Hatjack not able to get out alive. That grab, though, enough to lock up 2 members. The supports, in fact, for SNHU that fall to a vicious Death Blossom. And Champlain Baja, they lost a member early, but a good Graviton Surge that sacrificed Squid Hatjack's life actually won them this fight.
It's good that they're able to hold on here, to be honest. And again, SNHU Pearl just kind of on the outside edge of this, right? Not a particularly good result, despite investing a couple of ults into that fight. On the other side, though, I mean, Champlain Baja is still holding on. They're going to have 3 ults online for this next fight. Really, probably compared to maybe 2 at most, I would say, on SNHU Pearl, unless they can manage to get this Lucio up quickly. They might, considering they've taken a little bit slower engagement route, but a big kill from Wolf Raider early on.
Yeah, she did a great job there. She has been this entire round too, just utilizing that central high ground and dealing damage from the support slot. However, Dargo dives Wolf Raider right up on top of this pavilion. It's an even fight again as Bobo XX pops the overclock, trying to find that elimination, and does onto Dargo. Now SNHU, they're entering final fight territory as we are at 85%. They've got to get it together. They have 3 ultimates, nearly 4 to use if they can just continue to stall on this objective.
No. Oh, that was the worst possible kill they could have had right there. Max Effort sitting on the ultimate of the EMP would have been an absolute game changer. Instead, Champlain Baja just going to go ahead and assert their dominance. Dargo does come over the top with the sound barrier, but is it going to be enough? No, the Diva gets absolutely melted, and this is not looking good.
Yeah, coming in just 1 at a time here. Corbeck, I think they had the resources here to probably win a fight. Just, it seems like Champlain College, round number 1, they had the advantage in composition. Round number 2, SNHU definitely played their style of Overwatch a lot better. I think just toward the end of that round, on round number 2, Champlain College just had a better understanding of the tempo where the game was at. SNHU lost a couple members with ultimates late in the round, and that was very costly to them there.
Yeah, they understood the assignment. I'll give them that for sure. I think the biggest issue really, and you see this sometimes, is probably something to do with communication. Usually it's really difficult. You know, when you see all the resources that they had available right there, the fact that they were unable to like really craft a push for that final team fight usually speaks to a little bit of a coordination issue in my experience. Whether or not that's actually what's going on, obviously I don't have insight, but losing max effort right there, that was like, again, just the worst possible thing that could have happened. And obviously the desire is for the Sombra to try and help the team get the hack in, do a little bit of damage, whatever. But when you're holding on to an ultimate so valuable in that situation, I think probably discretion, better part of valor, just hide. Like, you don't have to take that fight. You know, you can just hide there and wait and hit him at a critical time. And unfortunately, the lure of the gun a little too strong right there.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, losing max effort there was the max value that Champlain College could have possibly gotten. And I think that does kind of just come down to a lot of just understanding the tempo and the end game of that control round. And again, just Squid Hatjack doing a great job focusing down the Sombra. Very good job of them sensing where the translocator went and not letting max effort get off another one. Moving into Hollywood, though, it seems like SNHU made a lot of improvements in round 2 of Control. We'll see if they can keep a good thing going and kind of build on that. Champlain College, though, they don't really need to change a thing. They've looked very good on 2 different compositions.
Yeah, they have shown, I think, a real good grasp of their sort of basic concepts. They've got a decent idea of what they want to do. If I did have to offer up one thing, I would say, you know, we praised Wolf Raider a little bit for taking advantage of the Baptiste DPS, you know, getting some kills and some decent positioning. But I did think that there was moments where Wolf Raider perhaps unnecessarily put themselves in danger. And I think one of those moments was actually illustrated on screen during that second to last fight where they sort of got caught out looking up on top of the gazebo there. And then earlier on, they got picked, I think, at least 3 or 4 times on that second stage of Oasis. And that is problematic if you're a support player, especially with, you know, the way healing is now. You really do have to focus on your survival so much. And getting caught like that, I think, illustrates that things need to be tightened up just a little bit. Conversely, I will say the peel on the side of SNHU was really good when it was, you know, able to get off the ground, when they weren't just getting completely swarmed. They did a spectacular job of keeping their Ana alive for as long as they did, especially on that second point of Oasis.
Yeah, I was surprised to see them actually have their support players not play so timid on round 2, because the way round 1 went, it seemed like Champlain was just rushing into you and you were running for your lives the whole time. And then they come out in round 2 and it seemed like they played even less scared. They played with more confidence, even though they just got walloped. I'm not sure if that's because they settled in on a composition or because they just started to take a little bit more chances and they paid off. But I'm really hoping to see them go into Hollywood and really start to figure out their style of play that they need to in order to adapt to Champlain College and maybe not just take first point, but complete a map. I think things are looking on the up and up for them, but Champlain College, they're an undefeated team. They've lost maps against opponents similar to SNHU, so this one is definitely winnable at any time for SNHU if they play their best. Champlain College has some weaknesses. Round 1, though, we didn't see many of them.
No, we didn't. And I mean, I think I will say, though, going to Hollywood, a little beneficial for SNHU here in the sense that at least when you're on the defense, lines are quite delineated, right? Like you have a pretty good idea of a front, a back, a left, and a right. Sometimes on those control maps, you do tend to lose kind of positioning, lose the flow of where people are because it's much more open. On a point like Hollywood first point, that's just not going to happen. Right? Like you have a very good idea of where everybody is coming from and you can play to it accordingly. So I think that's something that probably benefits them a little bit. Obviously, you know, Champlain Baja, they can take advantage of that in a number of different ways. And you can already see that they're showing us a pretty speedy, right, dive sort of composition. They're going to want to get into that back line and cause maximum havoc. The person who I think is going to have the most problem here on the side of SNHU Pearl is probably going to be max effort on Widowmaker. I just don't know if they're going to be able to maximize value here unless they're really hitting their shots.
Yeah, max effort is going to have to really hit their shots and also keep their distance. This might actually be a little bit of an experience from Champlain Baja. They've gone to a dive, something that is incredibly effective at the higher ranks, but something we see a lot of challenger teams struggle with. This time, though, it's such a swift rotation to the high ground, collapsing onto Mary Mellon in the staircase, and they find that opening pick. They should be able to spill onto this high ground in the coffee house. And SNHU, I don't know if they have the resources to bat away the next dive. Here it comes. The Rock is able to negate one, but max effort does fall, as does Raptor Lord. And the DPS, as well as the Kiriko on the side of Champlain, swoop in after the Winston dive, and they clean house here on Hollywood Point 1.
Well, I mean, if that ain't a tale as old as Overwatch, I don't know what is. That's a pretty classically executed dive right there. And unfortunately, for the side of SNHU Pearl, they kind of played right into it. They had Mary Mellon playing off of the center team. And once you had a relatively good idea of what was being brought against you, you don't want to separate out vulnerable characters, right? Like this is the most important part of playing an anti-dive is you don't want to give up these targets. And unfortunately, look at the separation this team is showing. They're still kind of doing it. It's taking them a while to regroup. Fortunately, Champlain Baja not necessarily able to capitalize in it, but Mary Mellon needs to be very careful.
Oh, all of SNHU right now needs to be very careful because it seems like they're not quite used to the tempo that this dive can come at them with. Max Effort barely makes it out alive there. Mary Mellon swoops in, lands those grenades and the concussion mine to take down Squid Hatchjack, but it is a 4 versus 4. He has Wolf Raider, the support, gets a little damage done from the support slot. And right now we do see just a contest. Champlain trying to get control of this high ground, but Max Effort making it very difficult by landing that key headshot onto Bobo.
Yeah, they're continuing to run this Widowmaker, and I just don't necessarily agree. But here comes a rapid attack again. I'm actually not sure what they're hoping for here, but they'll get some kills out of it, that's for sure.
Oh, landing in the trap there is Varain, but it seems like they will go down after claiming 1 elimination. The Widowmaker looks a lot better here on second point. You can just play the distance a lot better. It seems like the dive has to close a lot more in this open space before they can actually close completely onto Max Effort. First point, there wasn't really too much to hide. You're almost always in the range of a Winston jump or a Genji dash. It's working better here for them, Corbeck, but I do agree that Max Effort is definitely a vulnerable target out on the field.
Hey, we're about to see it illustrated right here because of Primal Rage. Angry Monkey. Great tire, though, from Mary Mellon on the other side, actually, to keep them in this fight. So well done there, I must admit.
Corbeck, it's a little bit of art of war here. We're seeing Max Effort be almost the primary target of focus way in the back line, and then SNHU has actually adapted and counter dove by placing so many members up on this front high ground. They no longer have it, so they have to adapt a different way toward the latter half of this second point, but they did a great job there just kind of playing Max Effort as bait to find picks on Champlain College's backline.
Yeah, and they continue to push this really aggressive dive, and unfortunately, Squid Hat Jack is really having some survivability issues. The Genji Blade coming out here, but I don't think they're actually going to manage to find much with it.
Yeah, they only get Max Effort, and I would not say that's worth the cost of the Dragon Blade. They do still have the Overclock for the Sojourn and full support ultimates online. SNHU isn't working with much except for a Graviton Surge. Raptor Lord goes down. They almost had that Ant Matrix as well. Now they're playing with Scraps here. A good pick there as the duel is lost by Bobo. This fight is evened out. There's still plenty of time if Champlain want to regroup, but instead they send in the Kitsune Rush. It is a full-fledged effort to continue to push this payload, and a great protection Suzu to keep everyone alive through that Graviton Surge. A cooldown completely negates the highest value ultimate that SNHU Pearl had out there.
Yeah, brilliant play right there, and exactly what that Kiriko ability is made for. Still, though, I think a distinct lack of cohesion on both these sides as the fight continues. In this particular instance, it was SNHU Pearl that kind of managed to assert a little bit more coordination, but Champlain Baja, they've been going in a little half-cocked here, I don't necessarily know why that is, but they're going to use a tire very early here to just basically hunt for kills, and I don't necessarily agree with this ult usage either.
No, I got to agree with you there. I think that tire is one that they wish they would have back. To speak to the point that you just made before that, though, Champlain Baja, it seems like they couldn't quite keep up to Squid Hatjack's dives on the Winston, and they've since gone over to a Zarya composition, so we might see them play a little bit more on low ground here, have Squid Hatjack be the damage dealer that they were so much when we were playing on Oasis, but SNHU, we saw them kind of improve as the rounds went on Oasis, and as Hollywood continues to move along, we've only seen them get better and better. As I say it, though, Bobo finds 2 picks here. The payload should be back in drive if they can get another one and finish Dargo, which they do as Bobo pops off with the overclock, and that certainly is going to get the wheels moving once more.
Wow. Really good positioning from the Sojourn, really good ult usage, the accuracy on point right there, showing you why they're such a particularly dangerous DPS. But again, even at the tail end of a victorious fight, you see the lacks of coordination costing them deeply. Buren and Dusk going in one by one and getting clapped respectively.
And less than a half meter to go, too. They almost had it, but Mary Mellon from the heavens drops in those grenades, finds 3 picks, no ultimate needed. And wow, look at that. 0.17. Champlain College played so well. Bobo made the play of the match so far, but it's just not enough. Mary Mellon comes up clutch.
Own goal. I mean, there's nothing else to be said for it. It's 100% an unforced error. Virian got trapped in a bad spot. Okay, that's kind of unfortunate. I don't necessarily know why Dust dived in after it to sort of double down on Disaster, but here they go. Final push they've got.
And it's a battle on the catwalk. Virian dashes through max effort, giving Champlain the advantage, gets the reset, slices up Mary Mellon as well. Currently a 2-member advantage here. It's going to take a Graviton Surge from Dargo to lock up Champlain. Dargo does find 1 elimination there. Vereen trying to play their life, but Dargo, with a little bit of help from Prince, silences the Genji on the side of Champlain, and the overtime wick starts to burn. A sound barrier supports 3 members of SNHU as they try to keep this payload exactly where it is, and they've succeeded. Corbeck, what a change for this SNHU squad.
Great bit of play from the Lucio at the end there, too. Really doing some seriously good work to keep that alive. So often, right, you know that Lucio is a stall character. He's supposed to hold the point. It's so difficult to do that in this day and age. But Prince Subfire, I think, doing a spectacular job, timing the ultimate perfectly there as well to keep the match going. So credit where credit is due. On the side of Champlain Baja, I mean, that's very frustrating. I don't doubt it. They are the superior team. But they really lost their momentum in that second half. And along with the momentum, they lost coordination too. They would have had that if they could have just held their horses a little bit on their aggression in the backside of a very exciting moment for them. That said, though, you know, the advantages for SNHU Pearl kind of go out the window here now that we're on the other side. You don't have clear delineations of lines anymore. You don't have sort of spawn advantage as much as you would like. And you are going into I would still say, despite everything we saw, a relatively well-coordinated team in the form of Champlain Baja in this defensive setup.
Yeah, if you're SNHU, you can't get ahead of yourselves right now. You had a fantastic defense on a map that, like you're saying, Corbeck, gives you so many advantages on defense. Attacking is going to be a different story. Max Effort is going to have to click some more heads. Mary Mellon isn't going to have as predictable of lanes just to fire those grenades into, right? On defense, you can kind of easily predict where you need to end up launching those grenades. On attack, it's a lot more free fire, so we'll see if they're able to get it done here. Champlain, they've actually dropped a map to every opponent they've faced. Yes, they are undefeated, but everyone in this division who has gone up against them has found weaknesses.
Well, the res coming in early actually really helping them maintain that firepower. This is a good start for Max Effort, though. I do worry a bit about Dargo alone on the front line.
Holding it down right now. Great cycling of the Sigma cooldowns. Has to be careful here. Mary Mellon steps up to assist and now claims the high ground. Pretty threatening position here from the SNHU damage dealers, but Green comes in, hits that railgun right into Mary Mellon, sending them packing. And it's a great job here by Champlain, just distancing themselves, cycling to the very far back of the objective and finding 4 picks in this fight. They've sealed it so far.
Again, I think this just sort of illustrates another concern that I have about Widowmaker, and I hate to harp on it, but like I do think it is a really difficult character to play in a lot of team compositions. I get the general idea behind having them on the attack here. I just don't know that it's what this team needs. You're really putting Dargo and Mary Mellon in particular in a very dangerous spot with what I would call a relatively limited healing pool to kind of hold that front line. And if the sightlines aren't there available for the Widowmaker, utility is quite limited.
Yeah, it's definitely tough as the Rip Tire comes out. Still, no angles have been opened up for SNHU. Champlain plays a little bit scared here, but Marine silences that Rip Tire with the railgun. SNHU, they've got the high ground control. Can they open up an angle for Max Effort to get some value out of this Widowmaker pick? Right now, Squid Hatjack lays in a trap. Good support to keep them alive. And a nano boost onto the almost overclocked Vereen. Squid Hatjack comes up to the high ground, fires 3 kills, make it 4. Squid Hatjack, the final boss for Champlain, steps into the forefront of the battle and sends SNHU all the way back to spawn with a team kill.
Well, Squid Hatchak was enabled to get to that point there, all charged by a really good healing lineup. You pointed it out, and I mean, the healing advantage here, obviously on the side of Champlain Baja with the Ana Mercy combo. Looking over to the other side, SNHU, when they get into those kind of brawly situations like that, I don't think they really have the healing to sustain that extensive of a kind of face-to-face fight, and we might see that illustrated here yet again, though they've got ults online to work with.
Oh, Prince drops early though, and that's the Katsuni rush that may have just won you this objective. Very, very tough member to lose. Well, make it 2. Mary Mellon drops as well. Champlain Baja playing very conservative, keeping their ults online, and a very lackadaisical fight win for them after they find that early pick onto Kiriko. That's definitely essential to SNHU's attack.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much a wrap-up phase here, honestly. You know, they're trying to reestablish their presence. The res coming in, though, both these teams still full at this moment. And, you know, Zenyatta very low. You lose Subfire again, and that probably hurts.
Mary Mellon was able to find one pick. Dargo a second one. A good transcendence there from Raptor Lord to let the attackers be very aggressive to push into the coffee shop. But it's not quite enough. Dargo's the last one standing. Not going to be the member you want. And now a Baby Diva is something you can stall. Just 30 seconds remain here. And Dargo, ooh, that is just a tough place to be. 25 seconds and ticking for SNHU to get their act together and take point number 1.
Well, it's going to have to be a half push, really. They don't have their tank back in this mix. Dargo's trying to come back as fast as they can. They might wait, but now you're in a really dangerous scenario. Looks like Max Effort is going to be the leader as they take this short route underneath. Bomb started off, though.
Well, the Diva Bomb is going to fly in and find the pick on the Mercy. Bobo drops as well to Mary Mellon, but SNHU lose too many in transition. The Riptire again silenced by the Railgun of Marine. So much great stuff we've seen from the Champlain Sojourn, taking down 2 Riptires and finding tons of eliminations here on Hollywood. That's going to lock in the Hollywood win here, I think, for Champlain. I don't believe Max Effort is going to make a 1v6 clutch play on the Deathlord Reaper. And it's suddenly a 2-0 game when SNHU, they looked so much better than they did on Oasis, but couldn't find a way to attack point 1 successfully.
You know, it's a very difficult way to, it's a very difficult point to attack. I mean, it's a difficult way to attack it too. So unfortunately, both those things come into consideration here. And I think this is this awesome Squid Hat Jack play here that basically killed one of the, I would say, arguably one of the more effective pushes that was coming out of the SNHU side. I mean, at the end of that, I don't know what more there really is to say. Look at the position of the Ana, right? Just sitting up on the high ground, completely uncontested, no threats at all, constant healing being presented in. The tempo was off there as well. There wasn't a lot they could do to really get themselves back in that fight when things started to go wrong. And I think the kind of underlying aspect of all of this is just how oppressive that Sojourn is, right? Like, oh my gosh, everywhere. Doing tons of damage, canceling out Riptire's seemingly unstoppable biggest play of the game, right? We saw coming out of the Sojourn. They haven't found a solution on how they should deal with that particular DPS, and it's hurting.
Yeah, it's tricky, and going into Rialto, that's another fantastic map for a Sojourn player. We'll see if SNHU can find answers to it on the other side of this break. And we're back. We're on match point now. Alt Charge alongside Corbeck. Champlain College currently leading 2-0 over SNHU. Champlain College trying to stay undefeated. They're certainly on track right now. We're going to Rialto next. Corbeck, you and I were talking during the break that Sojourn looks a little bit crazy. What else do you think looks a little bit crazy in Overwatch 2 since it's your first cast back on the new game?
That's a really good question. I mean, I think I mentioned to you, just pacing is so impressive and so fast, and you have to keep up with it. And we were talking about the kind of underlying sort of quiet strength of Lucio, which, he's one of those characters that drifts back in and out. As long as I remember playing Overwatch, there has been a role for Lucio. But the speed does feel super impactful in this day and age. It's a noticeable impact on the game. And that's, I think, why we've seen him as a consistent pick. And then, of course, you look at the stall situation that we saw. The reason that didn't go to the third section of Hollywood was because of some really genuinely good Lucio play. So that's something to, I think, really keep in mind in these faster paced games, is that you need those kind of abilities to keep your team in it.
Yeah, and like you were saying, that stall, a great play by the Lucio indeed, but also one of the bigger mistakes we saw on Oasis from SNHU that they definitely fixed on the end of that Hollywood defense. So this is a team that's improving as the game goes along against an undefeated team in their division. When SNHU is currently the 7th seeded team. Right now, they're definitely punching up, but they haven't lost their confidence. And after Hollywood, they had a great defense, just not a great attack. Going to Rialto next, maybe it all comes together. I think this is the time when SNHU rises. I live 20 minutes away from that school, so I gotta root for them.
You got a natural bias, a geographical bias right there, which I can appreciate.
There's like one esports program from New Hampshire. I think there's like 2 notable ones. SNHU is definitely the most notable, so definitely rooting for them. They're doing good things over there. I want the rest of the state to catch up, and I want SNHU to be the 4th team in a row to take a map off the Titans that are Champlain College. If they don't, they're going to be the first team that actually does not win a map off this undefeated team.
I mean, I would like to see it too. I really would. And I think something to point out about SNHU is I don't think it's a matter of them not being talented, at least for their skill level. I think a lot of the issues that they're facing are just coordination issues, communication issues, things which is good, because those are things that are easily solvable, right? A coach can sit down with you and you can talk about when to take engagements, when to break off engagements, how to coordinate an attack. These are things that you can practice. The innate ability to get the picks, make the right calls, that's a lot harder to teach. And I do think that that's something that SNHU is not particularly struggling with. So it opens up a line of hope, and maybe starting on the defense here too is going to open up a line of hope. Bobo XXL, by the way, coming out on the Widowmaker again. So we've seen a lot of Widow play tonight, but this time it's from the other side.
Yeah, and maybe Bobo was kind of banking on Max effort to also pick the Widowmaker, but it's not going to matter here as Bobo still wins the duel. That's going to open up the attack very strong. Bobo can get aggressive with this second sightline, viewing the statue in the far back line of SNHU. Prince, though, in a little bit of trouble, as is Mary Mellon. They're out in the open a little bit, and if Dargo doesn't step back with that shield, they're going to have trouble getting out of the way of Bobo once they claim this next high ground.
Gotta be so careful taking these long-range engagements with the Widowmaker, though. That's what the sniper wants. Mary Mellon, though, taking good advantage of that mobility to kind of get out of dodge there when the dive came in, and to keep Raptor Lord alive through all of that, and they're turning it back.
Did you see that shield? Dargo is still way up in the front line. That shield was maximum peel value. You do not see a lot of Sigmas do that in the Challengers division. That was a high IQ play. When we talk so much about how there's not a lot of peel in this game, that is so heads up by Dargo.
SNHU Pearl has actually demonstrated multiple times now that their peel is on point. So I don't know what their healers are doing back there, but the peel is there, and it's something that they've been able to pull off multiple times. And like you said, it's a great play, a very good heads-up play. Max effort, though, got to be careful with that positioning.
And Dargo, again, not even pressured, still frontlining as everyone on Champlain commits to the backline, trying to overstep the Sigma on SNHU. Can they get away with it this time? They've popped a couple of ultimates, including the Kitsune Rush, but still, Dargo stands tall, finds the pick on the Squid Hatjack, and this frontlining Sigma, miles away from the rest of the team, is actually working wonders for SNHU Pearl.
Wow, Champlain Baja, this is a bit of a reversion to what we've seen from them previously. They're really having a hard time with this, and I think actually, again, I keep harping on it. I think they could do with switching off the Widowmaker and getting something that allows them to pressure this front line better, because the backline picks are not really doing enough. That's a very good start, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is the second fight now. We've seen Bobo lead things off here with a pick on the Widowmaker. Here it seems like Champlain is favoring much better, but Dargo, again, such a force to be reckoned with and constantly ignored in the front line. Basically been a one-man army this entire defensive round. Almost taken down finally by Champlain College, but so much value there out of just a frontline Gravitic Flux and a Transcendence. SNHU Pearl, they're going to be coming back into this next fight with plenty of time and 2 DPS ultimates.
I mean, it was a good effort right there, but I kind of almost wish Dargo had, well, I mean, I guess he didn't have a lot of choice to just try and stall out the point. It was a death that's so out of sync. It's really rough now for the team, but it looks like they will get the re-engage before that payload reaches right by the hair of their chinny chin chin.
And the tactical visor being popped here as Max Effort tries to push the team forward. It's enough to find kills on both supports. The Diva also dealt with. SNHU Pearl, this is a team that has shocked us quite a few times on defense, but Corbeck, we all know there's 40 seconds left and SNHU still has to step up to the plate very well to attack.
I mean, they do, but again, it's good. They're doing really well. That was a really good re-engage. They used their ult very well. And most importantly, they kept Max Effort alive. They didn't let their Soldier 76 die. And now, though, Dust does have the sound barrier. Let's see if they can do something with Sojourn beforehand.
They do pop the overclock, which they did a great job of holding on to in that last fight, silencing the tank. We know how hard it is to take space once you lose your tank. It is a 4 versus 4 here as Prince Subfire does fall. Wolf Raider uses another Kitsune Rush to try and keep Champlain alive. For the time being, it looks like they've done it, but the payload's still yet to progress. Now nearing those final 2 meters for that first checkpoint. It seems like they've done the job, but SNHU did not make it easy. This team has defended so well the last 2 maps.
No, they didn't make it easy at all, and I give big credit right there. Even on that last fight, it was a matter of a split second. Good timing by Dust to get the sound barrier out when they did, or they would have lost the Zarya right away, and it would have gone completely different. But what's this Wolf Raider setting up for? Way in the back right here, very much taking advantage of the Kiriko ability to get out of dodge.
Yeah, that Swift Step, 35 meters, it can really get you through this entire hotel part of second point. So I love how they're stepping up, being aggressive, trying to limit test what Kiriko can do on the flanks. Marine goes in as well, has the Dragon Blade online if they choose. Low HP, but they send it anyway, trying to slice through the Soldier 76, and they're able to as Max Effort goes back to spawn, but Dargo's Gravitic Flux will counter that Dragon Blade beautifully and win the fight for SNHU Pro before they drop any more members.
Good sectioning off of Squid Hat Jack, by the way, there to secure the kill. Now they just need to be a little bit careful. Yeah, you want to farm some follow-ups, and you're going to get them, but you don't want to overextend it any trouble. That said, looks like SNHU, they played it cool. And they can come back and regroup. A very, very good defensive round from them. Again, they really mitigated the damage that Genji was going to do. Vireen just could not get anything of significant value with that blade. And now, again, high ground control in a strong defensive position with ults here from SNHU.
We'll see if Champlain can get it done here on the attack. Vireen goes for a risky play and pays for it with their life. Raptor Lord sending the Genji packing. Max Effort drops to the low ground to clean up Dusk, but pays for it with their life as Squid Hat Jack is there with the elimination at 45 seconds remain. Champlain Baja, they've done well in overtime situations so far. They're going to try and keep that going. Facing off against a Transcendence and about to be an overclock here from Mary Milton. The Graviton Surge comes through. Nothing to really combo with it though, and everyone stays alive. An Immortality Field and Transcendence is enough to bail SNHU out. And Prince finds the kill onto Varine before falling to Bobo. SNHU, how many times are we going to say it? They're not making it easy, Corbeck.
No, and they're doing a really good job again of holding on, but the Kiriko path ult coming out, and that's actually going to probably change the tide of this, just that speed boost allowing them to get on top of their opponents and really cut down the positional advantage we saw out of Champlain, or out of SNHU. Now SNHU can jump back into this though. They got plenty of time to recontest. The second stage is not a given. Hopefully they can get their Sigma back in. Oh, so close!
Barely, but they do make it back out there. Dusk pops the sound barrier. That should be enough to support Champlain through this. SNHU has no more ultimates to work with here. It would take a miracle play from Dargo. We've seen it already here before. The overtime wick, though, starts to burn. Dargo, the last focus of fire, and Champlain College get it done. Both objectives they've taken. It has taken everything on the clock and everything in the all take from Champlain.
I mean, the unfortunate side effect is, and that's a very, very bad kill. A very bad kill indeed. Right there for Raptor Lord early on. They should be able to regroup, but the amount of space that Champlain is going to take off of the back of that is going to be significant. You can already see it setting up. And one of the hardest aspects, I think, of this for SNHU has been keeping their healers alive. Their heal has been good, but it's not constantly good. That's a pretty significant issue.
And the grab comes in an immortality field that is tough to take down. Saves everyone for now. Gravitic Flux popped, not finding any eliminations. Farine slices up Max Effort. The payload rounds its final corner here on Rialto. SNHU has a few members left standing. Raptor Lord steps way into the front line, and with a little help from Dargo, they do find the kill onto Bobo XXL, but I don't know, does the attack continue? It looks like Champlain goes for a soft reset.
I mean, I've genuinely been impressed, right, by what SNHU is showing us, but their healers do have a propensity to get over aggressive, and we saw that again illustrated. Good gate to open this up, though.
Yeah, very good here, playing in the final 15 seconds. That Ant Matrix has to force Champlain to pay a little bit reserved here, but they do play their time well. Popping the tactical visor was Bobo, but immediately taken down. Max Effort also eliminated. Riptire popped. Max Effort will come out of spawn with a Riptire. It seems like Champlain College may fail again at taking all 3 points of the map. And now, with fantastic defensive play, SNHU will have a second turn to attack here.
That was really well done. And I mean, I want to point out that damage amplification matrix that I said was so well done. The reason it was well done is not necessarily because it was, if you're following along and you're like, well, they didn't do anything with it. Well, they did. It was so close to the end of the time bank there that just using it in that doorway slowed down slowed down the Champlain push enough to really allow them to establish their Junkrat in a good position where they could get the grenade rhythm in. And I've got to give a lot of credit actually to the Junkrat Mary Mellon, mostly for their ult usage. So many Junkrat players get really preoccupied with the idea that the tire has to be huge. Ultra G, like, it's got to be a 3-man or a 4-man or it doesn't count. Mary Mellon's just taking somebody out of the fight, right? Like, usually a support player, and that's exactly what you want. You get the ult in, you get the kill, you take out a critical piece of the enemy team's infrastructure, and you keep the fight going. And I've got to say I respect it immensely because it's a good trick, I guess, to anybody who's told him to do that.
Yeah, and there's so much little intricacies to a Riptire. In 5v5, it's different. The power to remove one player is so great, and that's what Mary Mellon does so well, like you're alluding to. There was a player last year on Boise State by the name of Goblin God, 2-time national champion and Junkrat Bastion, like, 2-trick, just a very niche DPS player. And they said the most valuable thing you can do with a Riptire is use it for, like, its entire time, because it makes you play so scared, and in an overtime like that, it can be so valuable. Let's see. Dusk is trying to get crafty. No one sees Dusk. Oh, they go in. Oh, they find Prince. Dusk opens things up here with the boop elimination.
That was really well done, actually. So many Lucios might have taken the bait and gone earlier, but it's not to be. And they've got a huge junk taken out of their healing right there as well, which means that the remaining members of Champlain Baja can kind of just clean this one up. And I gotta say, you hate to see it, but you love to see it. You know what I mean? It's such a cheeky little play, but it's always really cool to see it get pulled off. Max Effort switching over to the Soldier here. I think that's a good call, and that Lucio still a threat, has to be marked, and it's been clearly illustrated that they can't ignore Dusk.
Oh, Dusk is going for the rollout here. Keep the camera on Dusk, because I love doing this in my comp games, and Dusk is going for it. Come on, let's see it. Show it off. That move doesn't quite land for an elimination. No one goes for a dip that time. Instead, Dusk is the one that pays for it. But Korbeck, already a minute and 15 seconds have been killed. And it was almost entirely because of Dusk's boop, but still plenty of time to finish the first objective if SNHU can take full advantage of the position on this map after winning that fight.
live by the skates, die by the skates. That's how it goes. Sometimes it works. A lot of the time it doesn't. But man, when it works, it's cool. Max Effort doing some great work here, by the way. Speaking of work, and Mary Mellon getting taken down early, but you got to give credit. Squid had Jack just holding on here on this high ground positioning. Perfect tank stall, and now got the healing to back it up. And this is allowing the DPS to just go ham on the rest of the team. And that leaves Dargo all alone here. How many times have we seen this tonight? All Charge, just poor Dargo trying to fight on the front line, and just an inadequate amount of support kind of backing them up as Champlain Baja claims it out.
And Squid Hat Jack did something very similar to what Dargo was doing on the first point. We constantly saw Champlain on their attack go right over Dargo, everyone focused on the backline. We can see what happens when that isn't the case. Everyone there went for Squid Hat Jack up near that corner, and then Champlain had hit scans on the high ground shooting at your backs once you commit on the Squid Hat Jack. So it's such an interesting decision. Do you go for the Sigma there or not? Good job there, popping the Flux, not getting stunned by the accretion by Dargo. Stays alive for now, not finding any eliminations as the next Gravitic Flux gets popped around the corner. Again, coming up empty. Vereen opens the eliminations up with that railgun kill onto Max Effort, and it should be an easy fight win for Champlain from here. SNHU, though, they've struggled. I mean, Corbeck, how many times are we going to say it? They look phenomenal on defense against a very good Champlain team, but clearly this SNHU team struggles with attacking objectives.
I mean, at the sake of sounding brutal, attacking is harder. It always is. And you know, it's this particular setup here on Rialto, the corners of death. You know, it's a brutal. It's really hard to get through this. What they need to be doing, though, and they're not doing, Ultra, is they need to be really taking this high ground. That needs to be step number one. They cannot continue to allow Champlain Baja to control this and use it as a position to deal damage.
Yeah, they're going up there like we just kind of saw, with 2 members at a time, maybe 3. They need to do what a lot of esports players know as sweeping, where you send everyone up there quickly. You're not even looking for an elim. You're just looking to kick them off this valuable ground. It seems like now they're still battling forward, but they're not able to get it with just the 2-3 members they have going up there, Corbeck. It's going to take a bigger effort. It's going to take more team members, because if Champlain keeps that ground, you are not going to move this payload any further.
Yeah, the hesitancy is killing them. I mean, you're 100% correct. You've got to do a full sweep and you got to take the whole team up there, but they don't have time. They've got to try and just get a touch right now and keep this alive. They will, but this is a desperate situation.
Yeah, full desperation mode, no ultimates to use. The Sigma on the side of Champlain, Squid Hatjack has a Gravitic Flux to pop if need be, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. The overtime wick will burn down. Champlain will remain undefeated. SNHU moves to 1-3. Corbeck, great play from SNHU, especially good improvements after Oasis on Hollywood and Rialto on their defense particularly. This team has some things to go over in VOD reviews on the attack. And Champlain, I mean, they looked stellar. This was their first match of the season where they did not drop a map.
Yeah, you know, it's good to see Squid Hatjack get another play of the game here. And we've talked about him in bits and pieces across this, but credit is directed at that tank player for playing very well. In fact, you know, both of the tank players tonight, I think, were really star performers for their team in a game where it is so difficult to take space. They took space, they held space, and they really, really made a big difference, especially on Hollywood and Rialto.
Yeah, I think one of the most memorable plays from this game is Dargo throwing that Sigma shield all the way back when they were defending first point, because you do not see Sigmas, especially in a division like Challengers, do that. That's a play you would see someone in Champions or Legends make to peel and still hold ground far away from that shield. So this team, SNHU, they've got some incredible talent on their team. I think a lot of it is just going to come down to improving their attacking strategies going forward. Corbeck, what were some of the Champlain strengths? I mean, you talked about their tanks, but how do you get the strengths out of your tanks? It's got to take some great support player, right? We didn't talk too much about supports on either squad, but they were definitely key players.
I think that sometimes, you know, if you don't talk about supports, it's almost indicative that the supports are doing well. You know,
True.
If you start talking about supports a lot, you're like, oh, that's probably because somebody's dying a lot. As a support player myself, when I played Overwatch, I will say that. But I think in general, the supports did really well for Champlain. They were a strong, solid backbone. They were staying alive, which was obviously incredibly important. They hit their immortality fields. Their ults came in, especially want to give credit. The Kiriko play, really, really strong. The use of the ult was perfectly timed almost every time we saw it come out from the side of Champlain. It really allowed them to get on top of the enemy team and do exactly what they were supposed to do with it. I just think overall, on balance, Champlain's great strength here is that they really looked more coordinated. They looked like they had a better idea of positioning, and they're just regrouping and kind of their tempo setting was just much more effective at the end of the day.
Yeah, and we saw that they had a better understanding of tempo on Oasis. SNHU did make improvements, but I think just the game sense where they're controlling high grounds and their space, the supports weren't afraid to go at a duel with a DPS player on SNHU to just hold the valuable ground, because it's so important. You can't have a second tank try and take that space back. You've got to kind of plant your feet and fight with all you've got if you're a support player. And survivability is so hard in this game, and I think the Champlain supports did a really good job of that tonight, especially on their defenses. But Corbeck, that is going to be it for us tonight. There is a match 4, I believe.
There sure is.
RGV, yep, the Ocelot's going to be taking on Yubico Black. It's a Champions Division game, so it's going to be one division above what you just saw. Should be a very high level of play. If you're looking to see, if you're SNHU or if you're anyone else learning how even talented teams attack these points, I think it's a very good match to stick around. That one's going to be brought to you by Soav and Lafon. For Corbeck, I've been All Charge. It's been a pleasure. Stick around for match 4.
into the game itself. Welcome back. As we get set to kind of get right.
Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. A little bit of technical difficulties on my end. Look, it's a late night for us here. It's 11 o'clock on the East Coast. We got one more game though. We got the Champions Division here on the Pacific side. We've got the University of Texas at the Rio Grande versus the University of British Columbia at Okanagan. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get that Okanagan. And both these teams are looking for their first win here. The Ocelots of Rio Grande at 0-2. And UBCO Blacko at 0-3, both of them just trying to find a win to bring themselves forward in the season.
Yeah, the Ocelots obviously getting a bye week earlier in the season, so they are, still waiting for that kind of catch up to come through. But as you said, still looking for that first victory. I mean, overall, right? It's kind of a little bit tough. It's a little bit of a compressed season this time around, obviously with the release of Overwatch 2 and having a little less time to kind of match things up. So it's still a lot of games left to be played yet, and I mean, expectations now as you're trying to get at least a victory here, just get the ball rolling. That's kind of what it comes down to for both these teams.
Yeah, let's see where these guys stack up against the rest of their division in the champions side, because both of these teams winless, and you can kind of see it both actually sitting at 8 and 9. It's just tough. This is a whole new thing to learn. A lot of teams are coming in new and fresh, and it's a lot to pick up.
It is a lot to pick up. And I mean, we've kind of noticed as time has gone on where the pressure points kind of lie for a lot of teams coming into this game. And the big one is the fact that it's one tank now, right? Coming into Overwatch 2, right? A lot of teams depended on kind of having that tank synergy lead them to victory. Now it's all on one player. So having to perform at such a high level is both a blessing and a bit of a curse in disguise at times, right? If you're kind of struggling to get that keep that tank alive, then all of a sudden there's a huge lack of kind of presence on the field. So I mean, for both these teams, getting the tank into play, having them commit and be sort of that big presence is a big deal. So expectations now coming into this game as these teams are hunting for the first victory is to showcase the ability to kind of pressure the opposition's front line while still keeping theirs in check.
Yeah, I think you've nailed it exactly. And it's going to be a struggle. A lot of teams are struggling to adapt. We're figuring out, how do we work without Peel? How do we work when we're trying to split our attention so many ways? And both of these rosters, I guess, feeling a little bit of the pressure for it. But that's the growing pains, right? The game's only been out a couple of weeks, and both of these teams, the season started late. It's just kind of the way it is. And especially in Champions, there's still a lot of things we're still learning and getting used to in regards to Overwatch 2.
Yeah, speaking of getting used to, I mean, now it's a little old hat at this point. We've had Kitiko out for a little while, but she's very much in play. It's been about a week and a half now that she's kind of been in sort of the presence of the support line. Getting a sense that teams are sort of still refining their strategies, right? With the new additions, with the new kind of unlocks coming in, a lot of the strategies that we saw in kind of prior weeks has been elevated now with all the additions. So still coming to that understanding, and especially with the additions of new maps, right? In Overwatch 1, a lot of teams had kind of solved, certain map types or maps themselves, having had so much experience on them, how to play them very well. Something we've seen in this season, especially, is teams that were really good at old Overwatch maps not always find the same level of success on the newer ones because they hadn't quite gotten that time to really get the reps in for performance on them. So, I mean, a lot to still learn here for a bunch of teams. And, as we get set in this Pacific Frontier conference in the Champions Division, we're looking to see that more adaptation come through, the more understanding of the new markers, towards the tail end of the season.
Yeah, and we'll talk a little bit more about the maps we're going to expect to see tonight. But first, let's have a look at who these teams brought in, because that was last game. That's not the right lineup. That is Southern New Hampshire. Wait, I'm sorry, that's just the wrong logo. That's odd. Yeah, we've got Archie, we've got Trace Unknown, we've got Sudafu Elite, and the Descendant rounding out the lineup for them. Meanwhile, on the other side, for UBCO Black, we've got Lamb Sauce, Nikki, Ishan, KO, and Chick to bring it out. A lot of variety, a lot of older talent, and a lot of seniors on this UBCO Black lineup here.
Yeah, getting the understanding of having to play in an environment for a long period of time is a boon to a certain extent, right? We've seen these players pass through before, have experience before, so being able to teach some of the newer members is a big part of kind of the team environment as well. So as we kind of get set in, we're starting off, as we say, on control. So let's dial in a little bit on the specifics of the map type here, because that is going to provide relevance as we move later down the line. We are going to be starting off on control. It's going to be Oasis for our first map, actually. So I mean, Oasis playing a little bit differently than Nepal, Lijiang Tower, these kind of what I like to call a little bit more aggressive maps. Oasis, you have to have a little bit more map control at times. So that plays really well, to that idea of keeping your tank in play. And I mean, you kind of need space being controlled here. So this is going to be a great first marker for our teams to kind of showcase if they have the ability to stabilize, in a deficit. In especially on Oasis, I'm thinking, like Gardens, University, those points that really make the tank have to work for the stability and survivability. And I think that's what it's going to come down to here in the first map.
Yeah, these tanks are going to have a lot on their plate, especially given that they're looking for the glory of this first win in the division. There's a lot on their plate, and I think even the whole team aside, it's not just necessarily going to be the tanks. It's can they keep, are the supports going to go unbothered and keep their tanks up? And, a lot of these DPS have been starting to take initiating roles too, right? Like we're seeing a lot of Reapers and a lot of these flankers come in and play the primary point of like contact.
Yeah, I mean, as we move into Overwatch 2, there is sort of an adaptation that has to be made on the backline as well, right? Arguably, the role that required the most adaptation in terms of the change in priority, right? A lot of the time in Overwatch 1, you could get away with kind of being a little bit more passive, have your off tank kind of, body block for you, mitigate damage coming your way. Now, you do have to be an active member, and if you're not really kind of keeping toe-to-toe in terms of providing damage pressure in Overwatch 2, you're kind of not providing the same level of value that you could otherwise be doing. So that's something we're also seeing a lot of across the board here, is supports taking a much more active duty in the line of fire, and as we open up on to City Center here for round number 1 in this final game of our night. The Zarya, very strong player, or very strong character, come from the Ocelots. UBCO Black, though, going to mirror out in nearly full fashion. The only difference being the Sojourn and the Baptiste versus the Ana and the Soldier.
A lot more pressure, I think, from healing-wise. A lot more team heal coming out of UBCO Black, but it doesn't matter. They will get that high ground first, and they will take that point presence you were looking at, so they'll have that power position to kind of rain down from above. Point is going to unlock shortly, so someone will have to engage there. Kind of see this poking in, and the Ocelots will get pressure first. They will flank in, but that flank, the Sojourn is live, and the pressure's on. Butterfield comes out just to try to buy a little bit of space there, and there is that first pick, the Descendant going down, trading that counterpart in the hit scan. And it looks like UCO Black is just going to kind of hold this ground for right now. There's no one really in. Elite finally does step up, though, just to try to put some pressure on. Finally, though, Archie goes down, and they will be followed by their teammates, and it comes up red.
Big difference here, of course, is the fact that KO is on the Sojourn. A huge part, or a huge reason why Sojourn is so strong right now is the fact, she's got that immediate ability to, take someone out of the fight with the right click. We saw the railgun coming to full play there as KO eliminates one member, the Descendant actually, and without that player in tow, there's just not a lot of damage throughput to come in, and then Ishan is able to come, survive as through the dash through as UBCO Black take the first real lead of this map.
They will, but that high ground is going to get contested in the Moira now, Archie. They're looking to get a little bit more aggressive in there. Will eventually come down and contest on the high ground, but Lamsauce is just going to hold that high ground, eventually giving way and trying to find some space up there. So now the power position is taken. That'll force out Immortality Field. And finally, the pressure is starting to come from the Ocelots. Starting to look like they're getting themselves together here in this ability. They'll drop and beat them there. The Amplification Matrix come out to buy a little bit of space, a little bit quicker. No one really in sight of it, though, so not really getting any sort of value. Rest of that will come in. Disruptor Field out, trying to buy a little bit more space. But the Ocelots are pretty spread out here, looking pretty much good. The Graviton finds a couple. The team is in there. Does enough. Immortality Field blocks most of that. That is a good late. They will get the flip, though. Counter Grab Surge is there, followed by some support ultimates to negate that a little bit. Pressure starts to build on. There will be a flip. Archie will eventually find two, and that's that. There's the DPS motor we were all looking for, and they'll start that climb on their way up percentage-wise.
It was a good idea by UBCO Black to, kite away from the high ground to try and drag people's attention into the amplification matrix. Unfortunately, the Ocelots just don't commit too far around the corner, so it doesn't get nearly the value that UBCO Black was kind of looking for, and the extended fight kind of favors the Coalescence and Sound Barrier. Now, in this next engagement, it's going to be dueling blades. The only difference, of course, is the Ocelots did have to use the Sound Barrier against a late grab from Lamsauce, so Chick is going to be able to survive or give survivability over to their team here in reply to Trace Unknown's blade.
There is a bit of charge on Lamsauce, though, so they are looking to build it up, finally get sitting there ready to go. And Trace Unknown looking for that blade, seeing where they're going to change around to, trying to find the position. We'll point it out. And KO goes down early. That's a bad pick. There's the blade, comes out for Ishan. Does come out, does slash. The bubbles are there to keep the team healthy. We'll eventually find out. The picks will begin to fall, though. Takes out their counterpart and will flip the point back towards the side of UBC Black.
That's a good disengage from UBCO Black in the later stage of that fight, right? Despite losing Ishan early, they don't fully, disengage from the fight. They wait for their respawn to come back in. The blade, as we said, there's nothing to contest it. It's just the bubbles in that particular instance, which obviously get depleted at the start of the fight. So, good read there by UBCO Black as to kind of clear through. Now, I mean, the win condition is still the same for the Ocelots from the last fight. It hasn't really changed anything. Edgex still has a sound barrier, so it's all about trying to kind of force that out and perhaps use the tactical advisor as a cleanup, or vice versa. It really is order of operations here. But that's what really kind of the Ocelots are hunting for.
Speaking of that visor, there is anybody home? No, the bubbles will eat up a little bit. Both of those out. Coalescence and Blade, everything getting thrown in there. Eventually, the Zarya looking to get pressured out. Does not. Archie falls, meanwhile, in the back line, but it's overtime, and there are still clicks ahead. That solo amplification matrix finally is some value. Struggling to keep Lamsauce up and is rewarded for it, and UBCO Black manages to flip it back and win round one.
That is that win condition that was established, however many fights ago, and sort of its counterplay as well. The Ocelots never changed their angle of engagement, and great presence by UBCO Black to not overcommit to the tactical advisor. We saw Lamsauce take point quite literally. We talked about the tank player being sort of that survivable member of their team, and there it is right in play. Takes a very aggressive angle, uses the bubbles selfishly to stay alive, and then that really doesn't force any other cooldowns out. The blade has to come through, and the sound barrier negates both it and the coalescence simultaneously. So UBCO Black playing that to perfection as they'll close out round number one, and already showcasing that level of stability in that front line that we really need to see from a team in Overwatch 2.
That is right, but some changes coming in for the Ocelots. They're going to look a little bit more, bring in the Sombra, and here in Gardens, it looks like that's going to be that. They're just going to buy up for that high ground position in the early disruptor field from KO. Just buy some space. Meanwhile, in the back, though, the Sombra does manage to get a hack. No real value found. So they still, UBCO Black still has this high ground contested. They'll maintain it, and they'll just start to pressure out Elite on the Zarya. Not really able to buy much, but also not really able to get charged. Eventually just going to give that up. The points unlocked, though, and KO will go down first. So not looking too good for UBCO Black here. They will eventually get pushed back. Point is slowly getting capped from below, but the early Graviton Surge, Lamsauce built it up faster than you can blink. My goodness, and the point is there, but who's left to contest? No one. It's going to fall to UBC Black first.
And it's not even that UBC Black gave over the objective. They got the first capture in as well. And for the Ocelots, they're hunting over that one hack to kind of come through. But while that's the case, they don't have a player on an off angle really poking for damage. Always being spy checked was Trace Unknown. Meanwhile, Ishan was able to kind of get in through the flank and sort of farm away, which means that a Blade is available. It's going to be Blade versus Coalescence here. And UBCO Black had the benefit of being able to kite away.
Yeah, and there's that Coalescence looking in, just trying to keep everybody up and going here, but the rest of that attack visor as well. The ult will begin to spill out. They find one, yes. The Descendant finds one. That is a big one. The tank will find 2 and 3. Blade, just to kind of counter it out, catches the end of it, will find 2. This looks like it's still trying to put out work from Ishan. Doesn't really have enough. Didn't quite manage to put it out, but still managed to build control here as it rounds out 50%. Can they hold it much longer, though, with only 2 on this high ground? Eventually going to get forced out. Not a place you want to be for a Genji, when there's all these beams and things that can get you, and you can't deflect it. So will manage to hold for the moment.
Big thing here is going to be the Graviton Surge. It's going to catch the Lucio. Hacked in play, but still gets the beat off in time. Keeps the supports alive. And all the while, that's going to be, the front line being focused down as the last remaining members of UBCO Black fighting for control.
Yeah, the Amphimatrix putting in a lot of work again from NECC. Just finding the rest of it. The late sound barrier coming in. They still want to fight this, and the point continues to climb up. Just looking for more picks. No one's really able there. Overclock thrown in just to try to close some out. KO looking for some value. Eventually they will find a lead, not from it, but the picks continue to come the way of UBCO Black just to keep this going, and this is it. There's probably not a touch here.
No, that's going to be the fight win. That's going to be the map win, in fact, as it's just Elite coming back in time. I expect to be there's some level of, yep, there it is, the displacement not even required. As UBCO Black, a very commanding second round, and it all comes down to 3 very clutch plays, in time. The first one, obviously, in that first fight, that you get such an early Graviton Surge by Lamsauce. The second fight, in that Ishan is able to kind of isolate 3 members of the Dragon Blade. That is a tremendous amount of success to be earned. And then to be able to survive the grav of their opposition of Elite with a sound barrier. Those 3 were kind of the turning points for UBCO Black, as they'll take round number 1, map number 1, in fact, here in our first 3, as they start off quite strong here, despite the 0-3 scoreline that they've had over the season. Remarkable stuff showcased here now from UBCO Black. So a very dominant start here, as we said, from UBCO Black, continuing to showcase their elevation. And I will say they've improved as the season has kind of gone on, right? A tough start, 0-3 first 2 weeks. They move into a 2-3 scoreline into map, or in their third match. Still a loss, but it's trending in the right direction. And so far, that has continued to be the sort of showcase here as they take that first map. Still many games, maps needed to be played, 2 at the very least here for UBCO Black before they can walk away with a victory. But a strong early showcase now for this squad as they move over to map number 2 in just a moment. Going to be a hybrid map coming in Hollywood for our next showcase here, and as we kind of get a sense of the opportunity for these teams, I think one thing we're kind of the narrative, the game state hasn't really changed for either squad. No. And considering how well Lamsauce has kind of provided value, I expect to see more of that kind of leadership and survivability from the tank player.
I agree with you completely. Lamsauce is getting the support from across all of the team. And you can see it. They were really able to just kind of keep that rolling and keep themselves alive. And Lamsauce, again, like you saw how quickly on Gardens they were able to build up that Graviton Surge. They were able to just put it together very, very quickly. And really, that was kind of the opening moment. From that moment on, they never really lost steam.
Yeah. We're seeing some really good strategy come in from UBCO Black as well, right? I really like their macro gameplay coming in as we head into map number 2 in just a moment. A lot of it comes down to, I mean, the play from high ground, to understand that you're supposed to kind of rotate away. The play doesn't necessarily work out because it falls in the micro, but the fact that the macro is there, I mean, if you've got good macro, eventually the micro will start to click when you've got the mechanics unlocked, which UBCO Black does. So I mean, our expectations is kind of trending forward as they continue to showcase this level of understanding, and being able to do it quicker and more efficiently is really what's going to turn a team from a struggling team into a team that can really find success week to week.
Not to mention the fact that it's very clear, like you said, if you understand the concepts is half the battle. Like it's very clear that they are also getting mechanically a lot of value out of it too. It's very difficult to play that Sojourn for some players and some teams. It is sometimes harder. That's why you kind of saw the Soldier come into play there, because it's sometimes just easier to, if you're struggling to get value out of that overcharge, it's just going to be easier to say, well, let me just have Tactical Visor and I can win it that way.
I mean, in this particular meta, right? Sojourn provides the good suppressing fire with her primary fire. It actually it's still perhaps not the most game-changing level of damage throughput, but it's still a lot of spam kind of from in your downtime. The railgun, arguably the best fire that you can get from any DPS right now.
Oh yeah.
And then you got the disruptor shot, right? Which damage, zoning ability, survivability if someone kind of jumps at you, kind of put it at your feet. All of these and more, and then on top of all that, you've got mobility, and then the ultimate, which just gives you constant railguns. So, a lot going there for the Sojourn. We're gonna see actually the Descendant pick it up now. Trace Unknown with the Pharah pocket, but forced to kind of retreat for the moment. How much damage they're taking.
I mean, speaking of mobility, this is a pretty mobile comp. You've got a lot of things. It's a very slow comp, though, and you can see it slowly getting poked out. KO just looking as slowly going to aggress on that high ground, buy a little information and time. And now that Sigma's up there, it's going to be very, very tough to try to get that out there. Send it looking on that Sojourn of their own, just trying to shoot across and find the way. No real point presence, but Archie will go down there, and that is the opening that UBCO Black is looking for. The pressure is still there. Eventually, the Pharah are going to get forced out by the Genji. That'll be kind of the call to retreat for the moment.
One of the unfortunate things about playing Pharah on this map is that if you do not play kind of the cover of the primary choke or sort of that main building in, just outside the objective, there isn't a lot of cover, and the skyblock is actually fairly low. So the Zarya at high energy, when she's on high ground, can chase you down. And Lamb Sauce is doing a very good job of that at this point in time, really keeping the Pharah in check.
There's not too much for that. The Genji will pop in just to say hello and try to get a little deflect in there. Nothing really, really going their way, though. But they have control of this high ground for the Ocelots. It's just the question of, can they do anything with it? And that Barrage is looking for it, but the Amp Matrix is there. Eventually, trades come out. But the question is will they amount to much? The res will come in to help clean up, and Archie will try to put this back together. KO falling with that. We'll look for it. There's the Barrage looking. Is there anybody help? No, almost hit the wall, though. Doesn't find anybody for it. The lamp will come down too, but the picks continue to go the way of UBCO Black. Flux comes in, nothing there, and you might have wanted a refund for that coming down, as it's just the Sigma on the high ground, trying to buy that and maintain that space for the time being.
Yeah, Nikki playing a very aggressive showcase there, chases down the support there. And I mean, a great read from UBCO Black. They recognize that Trace Unknown is going for the Barrage, recognize that, the Pharah is looking for their backline. So what do? They flip the map, they flip the script. The Zarya goes to high ground, turns the map around. A big Graviton surge, and the cleanup is there. It's a game of a fraction of a millimeter that really ends up being the victory condition with how the health bars look, but in the end, survivability was given to the UBCO Black as they take that fight.
KO will open it up with the overcharge, and that's going to force out just a little bit. But the Dragon Blade come in. They're throwing the ultimates at this. Will go deep. Eventually find one and looking for more. But it's, again, just UBCO Black coming up huge. And, again, just pushing them back to spawn as the gong sounds.
The big thing there for UBCO Black is in the last fight that the Gravitic Flux and the Barrage were used. And as the Ocelots kind of change composition, there's no need to save the sound barrier, right? That your opposition doesn't have much to kind of contest you with, so may as well use it for survivability for the Blade, guarantee the fight win. And now, I mean, the Overclock, as good of an ultimate as is a little bit easier to shut down than a Blade, so... I mean, the fight, as the Overclock expands, KO might be out, but this fight may as well be over.
Yeah, I'll say all eyes on the Descendant with their Overclock will eventually catch one, but Is it one just enough to find their counterpart? Is that going to be enough? Will Disruptor and try to buy the space, but they still don't really have the point presence here. Eventually, they'll rotate and take the high ground for UBCO Black, and now that the ultimates are coming back in, the question is was that pick almost in vain here? Eventually, the Amp Matrix and a Graviton Surge out just to try to find something. Will they buy it? Will they buy the rest of their space? No, the kills come through for UBCO Black again. NECC has gotten incredible value once again, putting on their best shoe impression with that Baptiste.
Another game of millimeters, right? In that sense, it was 1 second difference between the Immortality Field coming off of cooldown for Archie and not. And the Ocelots, unfortunately, don't get any progress on the objective. So UBCO Black will, I mean, at the very worst, play for a draw here. And with how commanding their presence has been, that's seemingly more and more unlikely here. As again, 4 minutes to take the first third of the objective. And UBCO Black, I mean, extreme confidence, playing with a level of poise that belies their kind of scoreline, something that you truly do like to see. Again, a huge part of competition is kind of the mental game, right? Understanding, not being in a position where you kind of second guess your own choices because of the history of your squad. And I mean, UBCO Black not really falling prey to that. So you got to give credit for sure for this level of aggression and performance by this team.
Yeah, I agree. This does not, you know, if you had just told me looking at the scoreline, I would have said UBCO was not a winless team. You know, without knowing that, I would have considered these guys are probably hanging in there pretty well. But they seem to have a very good command of this comp that they're running. So looks like it'll be slowly matched on the other side. Archie just eyeing over the Baptiste. I mean, do you think the Baptiste is worth it here?
I mean, Baptiste is a very strong pick, right? The Immortality Field does a lot of damage as well. I mean, we talked about how supports really need to be in the thick of things. If anything, the surprise here is the Ana, right? This is a very greedy pick. You're kind of playing for a one ult combo fight win, which, in fairness to UBCO Black, that's all they need. So it's very much an understanding of game state here by UBCO Black. The Ocelots obviously have to play for a full hold, which requires them to kind of play flawlessly for the remainder of the map.
Yeah, and speaking of greedy, Lamsauce just taking that pressure and using both bubbles pretty greedily, but they will get met. That's a 4-man anti-nade, and wow, that's some punishing from that Ana. That's kind of the best case scenario for UBCO Black, and I think that's going to be all she wrote, LaFon.
That is indeed it. That is the fight that they needed. It's a very greedy pick, right? You're playing for that one ability really cooldown. It's a 4-player anti-nade.
Yeah.
I mean, it turns into a victory condition. So that now, I mean, puts them at match point.
Yeah.
Puts UBCO Black at match point. A fairly quick showcase here at the outset. There's Disruptor Shot. Look how good, look how strong of an ability it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just in a Graviton Surge, and it does so much damage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, let's not even mention NECC from that high ground. I mean, like the solo Amp Matrix was a bit much, but like it worked out perfectly. You know, there was so much damage coming from a crossfire, and that's really what you want to see out of a team that is commanding that kind of lead, right? Like that kind of damage.
Yeah, and I mean, in this particular instance, you're looking at like what can UBCO Black even improve, right? I say that because I think they're playing pretty close to flawlessly. If anything, you know, there's no real major flaws in sort of their macro in from what I can see in this particular match, which is a tremendous thing to kind of highlight, because a lot of times teams will make mistakes, and UBCO Black so far has not really done so. So a strong showing, and as a result, up 2-0.
Yeah, and they'll hold that 2-0 as we go into a break, so hang tight, grab a sip of water. We'll be right back for possibly the last round when we come back. Welcome back, everyone. We are in map 3, possibly the last map of our last game here for the night. It's the Champions Division, and the University of British Columbia Okanagan is leading 2-0 over the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley and Lafon. You know, for both of these teams coming in without a win, the UBCO Black has looked pretty solid today.
Yeah, as I kind of highlighted at the end of map number 2, or sorry, at the start of map 2, you wouldn't. This is a team that's been trending on the upwards, right? Started off the season 0-3 with both their games, 2-3 in their last game. So clearly a team that's improved as the season has gone on, which is something you actually do give a lot of credit to, because starting off kind of, as we said, it's a new game, new maps, new abilities, new heroes, all sorts of new things. Some teams stumble out the gate, and you kind of have to find your footing. So at this particular instance, it clearly seems, or to me anyway, that UBCO Black is in that kind of group where perhaps a little bit of struggles early, maybe some really tough opponents, but have kind of clawed their way back and are showcasing and understanding here towards the tail end of the season of kind of the important things to pay attention to. So yeah, I mean, is it a struggle? For sure. Have they kind of stepped up to it? To me, at least, it seems they have.
I agree with you completely, but well, you were talking about all the new things. We haven't seen a lot of new ones, and we're going back to an old one for map 3, possibly the last map. We're going to Rialto, and I mean, I don't know. Do you think we're going to see a lot of changes coming in here? I mean, UBCO doesn't really have a need to change much. They've been pretty dominant with that Zarya and the rest of the NCO.
Yeah, I mean, that is what I would consider to be the meta composition right now. Zarya's in a very strong place overall right now. Arguably, significantly ahead of the pack in terms of the tank line. So in terms of expectations, I don't necessarily expect it to change for UBCO Black. There's no real need to, I think, especially with Rialto, which there's a lot of map control you can kind of have in sort of that main phase of every single objective where Zarya can really hold space. So, I don't see any real reason to change. And I should clarify, when I say what I mean by holding space is you can play aggressively in front of like a choke point or something, using your bubbles to generate energy. So that's like holding space by just being there. Then you can fall back a layer to a second corner and then use the high energy damage that you've gotten to provide damage pressure. And that's the map control that Zarya is kind of known for. In fact, we're already seeing that. Look, Lamb Sauce still on a Zarya here.
Still on that high ground. Will eventually meet Elite just on that high ground, but again, the bubbles used greedily. There's the dive in, and the is met with quite a show of resistance, so the cart will slowly roll, and I mean, they're maintaining that high ground presence very, very strongly as the dives continue to try to come in. They'll eventually try to pressure Lamb Sauce out, falling dangerously low, a little under 200. Will get out with the help of the Immortality Field, and finally, there's a pick from one side. The Ocelots will come up with one to try to keep this rolling. Trace falling a bit low from that Disruptor Field will get healed right back up, but there's plenty of time. There might be a chance Ishan comes back with that time that's going. Again, that Ana hits a nade. Any follow-up? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, so that's that second layer that we're talking about UBCO Black falling back to, though. They give up a lot of space now. The only downside is Ishan went on a flank and was taken out, so you're looking at that perhaps being a fix here for UBCO Black as they recontest.
Yeah, there is that bubble down, and everything starts to trade out. The Winston just trying to buy for some of that space will eventually have to get out and get marched just to try to buy for that space. The cart will roll to a stop, and everybody just trying to. It's going to be a quick regroup here for it looks like for the Ocelots. Dive
now here
back in.
Yeah, the full dive Ant Matrix. That's a lot of damage coming in.
That is there anything coming through it? Wooden Pick will find Trace Unknown, and yeah, that's going to be the disengage and the reset. There it is. Archie just unfortunately getting tagged on the way out.
The big question is, can you get back to spawn here? You don't want to get too much more ult charge over to your opponent. And it looks like they will. So Elite will actually feed over a lot of that sound barrier, the remaining percentages, to Sutafu, which is a big thing, to be quite frank, because Lamb Sauce was kind of racing ahead in terms of the Graviton Surge. Now at least you sort of somewhat equalized. And I mean, it's going to be close, but there is still a window where you're able to defend kind of against those big utilities that UBCO Black kind of want to bring to the table. Now, Blade and the overclock are going to be a big deal. KO already out.
KO looking for that. Will use the bubble for cover. Nothing really there. Trying to find an angle. Can't quite. Does push him back, and they'll disengage from it. So no real value to be had. And Descendant a bit deep. Probably going to find more. There goes the Immortality Field, and there goes the Blade. Eventually finds one, looking for more. Satafu comes in to help out there. And that looks like they'll push him back towards the bridge. The rest of the team will catch up eventually, and that'll be point A captured.
The big thing there is that now equalizes the Ocelots in response. Right now, they actually have they won the fight they kind of needed to. A big investment, no doubt, but at least it paid off. Right? They use the Nano Blade, they use the Overclock, and that allows them to capture the objective. What is a bigger deal, though, is that UBCO Black are not able to reply with their own kind of impact utility, the damage dealing ultimates. So that means that Ocelots now actually have a response to all the tools UBCO Black want in terms of survivability. The Sound Barrier and the Primal Rage, both of which, extend your HP, allowing them to kind of commit through these ultimates coming in.
Oh, great, just attempt to try to cut in and separate the team a little bit. We'll eventually get up, but Ishan finds one in the back with how that dive has been falling, looking for their counterpart. No one's home, but that's all right the way it is. Eventually, Satafu will circle back around to safety and once again forced back on the other side of the bridge.
I mean, that's a perfect blade. Is it the flashiest blade in existence? No, but it gets the Sound Barrier out and it gets an elimination. So that's really what you can ask for, a blade that has no support from it.
Oh.
It's a good opening here by the Descendant. Now, I mean, you can walk back in. You want to play this really aggressively here. There is still a grab in tow, but, I mean, it's still hard to kind of follow-up damage with that kind of being said.
Speaking of aggressive, there will be an aggressive monkey in the back line, eventually looking for someone to bat. Graviton Surge just catch him and try to cage him up for now. The picks do come up for UBCO Black, though, as, a quick, cleaned-up fight.
That was such a nice edge for UBCO Black, but Lamb Sauce, we've praised so much over the course of this game, continues to showcase their level-headedness, their presence in a fight when things are kind of, falling apart. Very low, uses the grab, and they're able to survive, and now KO going to try and turn that into another fight win with an early overclock that gets the Descendant. So yeah, they're just going to, the Ocelot's going to reset here and kind of regroup. Now, to the next fight here. I mean, the Ocelots, there's a Nano Blade here, and there's not really much that UBCO Black can respond to. It's going to be all about kiting and kind of using the bubbles of the Zarya to keep people alive. It's a very difficult micro play to make. There's a lot of execution that kind of has to come through. The Ocelots definitely have the advantage in this next fight.
Yeah, that advantage is slowly getting in there. The Winston goes in just to try to pressure out. Will eventually get pushed back. No thank you. No one's home. But yeah, the disengage and the space coming in will eventually press it from the distortion field. Looking for a little bit more. Blade still, that setup hasn't been pulled yet. Looking for it. Catches the Genji out of position a little bit. Will he be able to get out? He can't deflect it. No, still looking there. Overclock for Descendant also online. Looking to see if this is the moment to click some heads. Doesn't quite find it yet. There's the Blade, though, and the barrier to respond eventually gets punished for it by Nikki, and there it is. The Overclock to go with. Does eventually get punished by KO, though. So finding their counterparts, and this is slowly turning back out for UBCO Black.
Yeah, this fight's going to, despite Elite picking up the health pack, it's going to be a reset now. It's just the supports left, and they're going to be staggered up pretty badly. Unfortunately, it's the Ocelot's not committing to a win condition. They have a Nano Blade in tow. UBCO Black don't have anything to kind of respond, as we said, except for the bubbles. Instead, they choose to nano the Winston, and the Trace Unknown has to go in with a delayed Dragon Blade that then, the Sound Barrier, by which time the Sound Barrier is available. So the Ocelots kind of displace their utility, and now they're running out of time. 30 seconds left, and the grab is going to be right back in play.
One more fight looking in the inside of the museum. Deflects looking, does not catch anything, but it will catch the Genji of Trace Unknown. And, again, this early fight, this aggression coming through. There's the Blade looking for more. Will eventually catch it. And Ishan finding two, absolutely just waiting to put this to bed. Will find the Ana halfway across the map. And that is going to be all she wrote. UBCO Black putting their foot down and making sure this does not complete B.
It's a tragic end to the map, as there is going to be no contest at all, and that even includes Lamb Sauce kind of throwing a Graviton to the wayside. As UBCL Block will complete the complete the hold, I say, ahead of that second checkpoint. So Ocelot's still a win condition established, but going to have to be a lot more performant on their defense here to deny a very aggressive, a very established UBCO Black who are looking to kind of wrap up the series here.
What do you make of the Winston? Because as I'm watching it, and I'm watching Elite try to take the space with those dives and just constantly getting forced out. Do you think it's worth trying to continue this like dive comp into this on the defense?
I mean, in fairness to the Ocelots, it's also been the most success they've had, right? So
Yeah.
In as much as like, is it a good idea? It's been their most successful idea, and I think that is also a critical aspect to consider. When you look at kind of how much map percentage they've earned with other compositions, you kind of have to say that, yeah, is it, the most technically proficient thing to kind of run? No. Is it the most successful thing they've showcased? Yes. And they're going to continue to trend away from what we would consider the established norm as they move over to Orisa now, as Elite plays yet another tank hero. So, I mean, the Ocelots certainly applying their own understanding of the game, and if it gets them the victory, then it's the right choice. So far, what they've run has not worked. So, I don't hate the choice to be moving over to a different style.
No, I completely agree. I think the Orisa still has a lot of value. You want to talk about being able to contest and hold some space. Orisa has a pretty good idea for that, but Lamsauce over on the Winston themselves will take a page out of their book and eventually take some of that space for themselves. And again, just peeling back those layers slowly but surely, but with a lot less contest here.
Yeah, the Orisa wants to kind of hold this second corner because it gives line of sight to her sports. It makes the offense have to actually make a decision about who they want to dive. The backline very far away. You can see Lamsauce trying to make an aggressive play onto the Orisa, but already so very low here.
Oh, that big anti-nade came in. Everybody survived it, but yeah, you're right. The dive target was there, and Lamsauce gets punished for that choice of dive target. Will eventually just javelin spin to try to clear some space. Spend coming back, though, finds 3 on the Sojourn, just has been left alone in the backline, and I think that's kind of what you did. We'll get 4, make that, never mind, we'll eventually tie that back.
Just a well-placed disruptor shot in a choke point, right? You're kind of forced to take the damage of it if you're, if you're UBCO Black. A big thing, though, is that Elite was taken out. A slow-moving target, of course, it means that the Ocelots kind of have to give up a lot of ground. You can see the Orisa so very far back. And that's going to allow UBCO Black to stage just a little bit of their aggressive dive. Lamsauce on arguably the greatest flank of all time. Gets isolated, slept, and going to have to kind of limp back to the team.
It's all right. We'll eventually say hello again, poke back in, but is met with several people to say hello back. Looking, just holding from this high ground. Elite will eventually drop. There has to be a contest soon, lest they just give up this for free, but they're going to keep giving it space. Archie looking for a target from that Nano. Is it going to go to the Orisa? It looks like they're eyeing it. Anti out, doesn't catch. Catches 1. There is the Nano eventually going in for Lamsauce, and both of the Nanos on either side, but Lamsauce comes up with the support of Ishan to the upper hand here, and that will slowly get itself over. It looks like that's going to be it. Yeah, they're going to roll this through on point A after a little bit of contest.
Lamsauce kind of taking a lot of control in terms of the map. Winston,
oh my goodness, so deep.
A very funny sequence of events there. Gets slept, then a disruptor
still
shot
going.
immediately wakes them up. Yeah, there's no reason not to.
Lamsauce is feeling it.
Well, you got a
I agree. You have primal rage.
Yeah, there was no reason not to. I will say, one small piece of micro that would have been a difference maker there is the right click from the Winston. If that had hit, right, if the projected part of the Tesla cannon was available, perhaps you get the elimination onto Trace Unknown as well, and you can continue that snowball. But as it is, Ocelots will at least get a recontest here before the end of the map.
Look, I don't know about you. I played a lot of Winston. I still forget he has that now. So, but never mind. They are going to find some value between Nikki and Lamsauce for more. And that'll be the overclock KO. Refusing to be told less will get in for 2. And I mean, that will be the Terra Surge finding no value and Lamsauce throwing it in. I think that's going to be it, Lafon. I don't think there's going to be a touch in time, let alone any ults or anything. No, we'll die on the way there. And UBCO Black closes it out in a very swift 3-0.
Their first victory of the season, and what a commanding victory it is. Nonetheless, they continue, and that trend of success, of improvement, I suppose, now finally turning into success. We'll see the final highlight here of the game. A shutdown under the most technical definition. They get the sound barrier before it lands.
Ooh, you hate to see it.
That'll be the map. And a 3-0 by a near shutout as well. Only 1 point earned by their opposition in the entirety of the showcase. So, hey, is this a sign of future things for UBCO Black? You expect them to think so as they try and take this victory and turn it into momentum to continue finding wins and perhaps even equalize. Again, they're 1-3 right now. There's still a very real chance they can get to that 500 marker.
Oh, absolutely, and that'll keep you into playoff contention. But yeah, UBCO Black, I think you're incredibly happy with that performance. I think you had a lot of great team play overall. You had a good showing of mechanics, and I don't think you have anything to be remotely disappointed in. But on the other side of that all, the Ocelots, it's still a rough. They're going to fall to 0-4 now, I believe. So they still got a little bit of work ahead of them, and I mean, it's just going to kind of be hitting the books and watching it all back and learning to what needs to get changed, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a little less dire here, right? They did have a bye in week 2 on that first game, so they are still 0-3 after the loss here tonight. There's still that opportunity, right? They still have time to turn this around. It's not over and done yet. Again, these teams have not actually played teams that. Sorry. Each of these teams have not played teams that the other team hasn't seen. So there's still an element of kind of power level, the scaling that we're not quite sure of. And so, yeah, as we said, it's not over. The season's not over for the Ocelots. Still an opportunity to make a comeback.
Yep.
And, it's going to be a very exciting end of run here for the Ocelots, to be sure. But at least the opportunity is still there.
Yeah, and it's not the end of run for them, but it is the end of run for us today here at NECC. And thank you all for hanging out and spending these time and seeing these great players and these great games we've had tonight. We will be back next Thursday for even more Overwatch. So hang out, catch the rest of the games too. But we will see you all next week.